Let's see if this worked on the first try. Make sure audio is coming in well. Looks good on there. What is our setting here? That should be okay. Double check that everything on YouTube is working right, everything on Twitch is working right. YouTube's looking pretty good. Just get the final bit of data in here. In the game title, good old STAR-CYWL. Playlist, Whole C, Space Truckin'. Tags look good. That looks good. All right. YouTube is running properly. Twitch looks good. Awesome. Let's get into it. So what is going on, my friends? We are out here in Pyro. We're going to get into the hauling in the whole seat today. Let's see what contracts we're working with. We're in a decently low pop shard. It was around 200 players when I just last checked. Let's see. There's our Redwind Linehaul. Yo, what's up, Huxley? I am currently solo. Another day, another dollar. Hell yeah, AT, how's it going? Yeah, we're gonna see what it's like running this stuff solo. Let me do a double check on that server pop. Yeah, about 244. Server FPS is pretty alright. You know, we're chilling. We're in Asia Pacific Southeast 050 right now. We recently got in the experienced rank, so it's time to see what that's like. What is up, Moreland? How you doing? Let's get the screen cleaned up real quick. We're not too far from Bloom at the moment. I'll go ahead and collapse this for now. No reason to have our spindles out. We are empty. Obsidian, Mark, what's up, guys? All right. Let's get back in here and see what we're looking at. Not Interstellar. We got to go Stellar, and I think the missions we want are toward the bottom. There they are. The 266s, these are the money makers in Pyro once you're at that experience level. But we got to take the missions that have cargo centers, so we can't go to Starlight. That's 2 Starlights. That's 3 Starlights. Oh my gosh. 4 Starlights. There we go. We got an orbit to ruin. Take that one. At least they're easy to get to. Another Starlight. Jeez. Starlight. Starlight. My god, man. I think it's because I'm over here close to Starlight. So why don't we try taking these 2 orbits? I don't have a whole lot of experience running these particular ones out here, so we're going to be learning as we go. There's another orbit to ruin. And I'm not sure how these will do stacking as well. What is up, Strife? How you doing? Good, glad you can make it on today. Yep, so actually, I'm glad you said that. So, bit of a change to the schedule this week. Some of you on Twitch might have seen that. I will not be streaming Friday. I'll be streaming Thursday instead after another doctor's appointment with my wife. And then her and I are actually heading out of town for the weekend. We're going to be heading up to visit her family in North Carolina. So, we will be gone Friday through Tuesday. So that will interrupt a little bit of my streaming next week as well, but we're going to make that up with a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday live stream next week. So, just want to let everybody know here on the stream that there is going to be a bit of a schedule change for this week and next. All right, let's see again. We got Starlight, 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 and Starlight. More Starlight. Lots of Starlight. All right, so we got everything we can get here. I think all the stuff we're grabbing is going to go from orbit to ruin. Let me just double check. Orbit, orbit, orbit. We got 5, 5, and 400 SCU. 266 apiece. So, yeah, these stack up. This is already more money in cargo than the old 700k missions. Purely just running from orbit to ruin real fast. And we are rocking a torque imbalance. Interesting. What's up, Mr. William? Miscellaneous? How's it going? Doing some commodity trading myself. Nice. What ship are you running? Strife on that commodities trading. Are you able to bedlog in the whole sea? I've never been able to get it to work. Yeah, actually, after we pick up this cargo, Mishkovich, we will head over, we'll stop, like, after we start jumping over to Ruin, and I'll show you how to bedlog. It'd be a little tricky in the whole sea. I actually started this session waking up in my whole sea. So, for me, bedlog's been working pretty well. It can be a little finicky to get working properly if you're not used to it, especially in the whole sea and some other ships that have, like, 2 get-up options. Really annoying. What's up, Trinity? J Stag, I wish people didn't give out money or I'd be grinding this. I got 500 mil one day and then 1 bill the next. Now I'm just spending it all on the ships I can buy. Yeah, so honestly, Stag, use that as a chance to check out the ships that you've always wanted to sort of try, because there is a wipe coming to all of our in-game purchased ships, components, and our money. So part of the reason for that is because of the insane money that's been flowing around. I'm one of the people that's got a bunch that's been giving away money. I'm down to my last 100 mil. And yeah, it can kind of kill the incentive to grind it out, no doubt. All right, let's see if we actually get the box today. Yep, there we go, right away in front of the cargo grid here. Hell yeah. So since we're focusing on pyro hauling today, guys, and I'm usually a Stanton kind of guy, I'm kind of jumping into Saxa Wines territory a little bit. SC haulers, let me know if you have questions about hauling out here in pyro, because I'm going to be kind of learning alongside you. All right, let's go ahead and turn on our parking brake, hitting that speed limiter to 0. And there's the transfer. Love it. I am going to go shields up. We are in pyro after all, so best to be careful. 6gen, Exot, what's up, guys? How you doing? Beds are traps. Yo, AT, there any room for me to be able to do more in the org? Yeah, no doubt. Especially as the org grows, man. We can talk about that off stream, figure out getting you a role. Have you probably join the O Club and take on some leadership roles. Yeah, I noticed that you started the stream in the whole sea. That's why I asked. Yep. I typically like to bedlog when I'm running whole sea sessions, just because docking this thing's been such a hit or miss scenario. Are we still? So I am in Asia Pacific Southeast, so I'm kind of also accepting that my server tick rate might be a little bit slower. I'm going to try not to get too impatient here. Hang on, let's reset our camera. There we go. Just kind of messing around with that screenshot you guys see on the YouTube side for the live stream. We're still loading up. We'll wait for it to say complete, and then we're going to set course for Ruin Station. Let me do this real quick just to get that ready. There we go. I'll have to grind all over when the wipe happens, said. Yeah, same. I'm kind of used to the grind game just with all the PTU testing. But yeah, we're all going to get that reset and have to get on that grind again. But at least we've got a lot of know-how to speed that up a bit, so we should be all right. I kind of look forward to going through that again and kind of being in the same boat with everybody else. All right, let's disengage our parking brake there and move on. So we'll set the jump towards Ruin, and then we will mess around with the bedlog real fast. One trick I can tell you with bedlog stuff is you can't bedlog in your ship anywhere that's... Oh, wow, that's gonna... It's trying to have us scrape the atmosphere of bloom, so let's blast out this way to try to get some altitude on that jump point through that atmosphere. But yeah, you can't bedlog too close to stations or landing zones, as well as anywhere near an area that could deem you being in combat. So those are two definite problems. I like to bedlog in what I call dead space between two jump points. So I'm not near anything. There's like no way a player's gonna find me. There's no way I'm in a landing zone, which in some previous patches that's still been a problem, because there was this really annoying problem with the whole sea and I think a couple other ships where no matter what you did, it basically said you were in a landing zone. So Nav's being kind of stupid right now, wanting us to jump right into frickin' Bloom's atmosphere. So let's see. Or maybe I'm the stupid one. I didn't realize that there was an OM node it wanted me to jump to. So let's pop out there. Oh yeah, it wants me to actually go to OM1 first. Okay, so I don't really know what just happened, but we've got it figured out. Do you have any thoughts on the new flight mechanics at all? I don't know anything about them yet. Is there a video recently that might have popped that I missed that's talking about them? Or give me a little rundown in the chat and I can give you my reaction. If it's about better or the more differentiated atmospheric flight and all, I'm excited to see there actually be a difference between space flight and atmospheric flight besides just drag. At least it'll give me something to do, yeah. Been out mining twice, got as far as whacking on a gadget, back in the seat, and boom, server error twice. Ay. That's, where are you trying to mine, Argyle? Might need to maybe change venues, so to speak. I think it's only dev posts so far. Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I don't really know enough about the proposed new flight model to really give an accurate reaction or my thoughts on it, really. If there are any videos or posts that maybe I can read, and then I can let you guys know what I think, I'm happy to do that. But on the bedlog front, real quick, we'll knock this out so I can move on with the mission. But I typically like to just pop up to the top bunk because I can. It's my ship, so haha, top bunk for me. Suckers. It's really not hard once you realize the annoyance with the fact that you got two of these get up icons. So that is not the one that you want to right click on. It's not going to show anything. Some of you might know this, but there are two. So you want to hold down F and look down here towards like where your shoulder or your armpit would be. Then you would hold down and log out. I don't want to let go and actually do that right now because I have missions and that would suck. So I am just going to go ahead and, you know, right click to exit that. But that's as simple as it is. You just log out with the second one that's down here, not this one. This one is empty. It's dumb. I hope that they fix this so they get rid of the duplicate. Some other ships have this as well. So if you guys have had bedlog issues, that might be your fix. But it's really that easy because it puts you back to menus, and then when you hop back in, you just get out of the bed, and bam, you're set to go. The only ship I know that I've heard from the audience that has had some issues is bed logging out of the Mole has had some folks, I guess, fall through the ship. So maybe another reason to try top bunk if that happens. So maybe you don't fall out of your ship. Okay, we got the ladder grab glitch. This is why I really, really wish CIG would make it to where you have to like tap F to interact with ladders instead of the auto grab thing. So annoying. Have they said when the rumored wipe might happen? What's up, Genetically Insane? So, as far as I have heard, and this is all rumor, all grain of salt, the wipe is supposed to be coming with the introduction of crafting. At first glance, that sounds like that is a very, very far ways away. But in other rumor veins, that is as early as 4.6 and 4.7. So I'm kind of leaning more towards the speculation that Board Gamer has, with it probably being a February to March timeframe, which is still pretty far out, honestly, if we're thinking about it, because everyone's been thinking that the patch is coming any day now, or sorry, that the wipe is coming any day now. But until we hear more or get like some inkling of what this next PTU is going to bring us, because the PTU might have tech previews of crafting or something, and we'll get a little bit more information as to when it's coming. But that's the best I got. Sorry, doesn't really narrow it down much, but I'm going to probably assume February to March as well. Probably a 4.7 patch, or maybe the one right after that, whenever crafting's coming in. I guess whenever CIG gets back to work, maybe we'll have some more info coming our way. I don't know if they've posted anything yet. I haven't really seen anything, but kind of busy myself. So soon. Yeah, soon-ish. Soon-ish. Any way to rush Hull C missions? I bought a Hull C, but I have not the rep to access the missions where the ship excels. Kind of have it in my hangar gathering dust. Yeah, so rep grind is kind of the thing. You got to get to experienced rank to really make use of it. However, you can stack, at least in Stanton, a lot of the junior missions if you're in that junior rank with the Hull C. Now, you don't want... There's two things you want to avoid, in my opinion, with the Hull C. It's multiple pickup and drop off. And, well, Shoot. I was going to say going over capacity, but in the junior rank, that's going to be damn near impossible. So really one big thing to avoid, which is multiple pickup and drop-off type missions. As an example, you pick up from one place and you drop off to 2 others, or you pick up from 2 and drop off to 1. Those on the whole sea have had issues for a long time, and we haven't had a consistent playthrough with those yet, so stick to point, like what I'm doing here, which you pick up from one place and you go to another, but you stack them like this, as long as you're not going over capacity, which again, here and on the junior rank, not a big deal. The thing is, you got to make sure you're only picking up missions where the whole sea can do its thing, where you have an external freight elevator, where you can auto-load or load manually. And in Stanton, that's really easy. It's the 4 main stations, plus the gateways, if any of the missions do go to the gateways, which I don't think they do in Stanton anymore. So, you know, Everest Harbor, Seraphim, Bygenie, Port Tressler, any mission that have those as your pickup and drop off in the whole sea, your game. Once you get to member rank, though, you got to grind those member rank missions. I do have a playlist that's got how to do so with the raft, with the Taurus, with the Caterpillar. You can rent the raft and the Taurus to knock those out. And you can stack 5+ missions together to kind of speed up the process. But for me, anytime I grind member rank with Stanton, it is about a 4-hour-ish grind, start to finish. So, once you get through member, though, it's game time with the whole sea. What's up, Devious? How you doing? They've said as soon as they fix the duping. Yeah, exactly. I think that's kind of paired with the intro to crafting, because they also, you know, when crafting comes in, they want to wipe the slate clean. So I think it's all kind of coming together. No problem. Happy to help, Mr. William. Do you happen to check out the suggested content page on our Discord? I take a peek at a lot of this stuff where I can. If you put anything on in the last hour and a half or so, then I haven't seen it yet. You ranked up Redwind. Yep, I sure did, Brandon. It took a little while. I was really fortunate on the last live stream that my buddy Raging was able to share down his experience rank missions and help out while we ran member out of the Caterpillar. Redwind in Pyro is one of those that you can actually share with friends that are of a lower rank than you. You can't do that with Kovalex right now. Hopefully they do change that, because it's nice to be able to team up like that. Alright, we want to head over to our cargo center, which the one to the right should be the refinery, so I think it's going to be on the other side. So let's go ahead and start shifting our speed and direction. I just said yesterday, member Redwind is hell of a grind. Yeah, member Redwind is nasty. Not a fan of that at all. I'm really, really glad that I had my buddy Raging help me get through that. He was running a bunch of these experienced whole sea missions that helped reduce that wait time for sure. Member in Pyro's Redwind is way worse, in my opinion, than Stanton's member grind. No contest. Okay, I think those are our external freight elevators right there. Hell yeah. Let's go ahead and request. Look at that. Immediately got that grid to pop up. Put up an opportunity suggestion last night. Could be a good time. I think I did see that. I just am completely blanking on what it was right now. Because I saw the other one about the sort of Among Us thing that Exit had put in, which is a super cool idea. I'll have to take another peek at it later, or feel free to drop a hint or remind me in the chat. That's cool. Here we go. Once we get down closer to this, we will just knock that parking brake in gear, come to a stop. Whole sea loading docks seem to work so much better in Pyro for some reason. Probably because of the lower player traffic, honestly. I mean, that's really the golden goose to whole sea operation is server communication, back-end server communication with stations. So a server that doesn't have as many people in it is going to perform way better. All right, let's actually fully get in here. And there we go, parking brake engaged. Now, there's a bit of a ping rate for me because I am on a Asia Pacific Southeast server. There it is. All I had to do was wait, so that was cool. I didn't even have to get out of my seat. Love this parking brake trick. Thanks again, Ball Plan. How do you get this game to not run like shit? So I obviously starts with whatever system you're running. That's, I guess, the easy answer. But more than that, it's kind of learning what bugs there are, what you can work around, and what's kind of game breaking and how to avoid it. As well as not running your PC too high. I run all my settings in medium, and I always try to avoid fully populated game shards. I'm always trying to join on whatever person in my friends list is on the lowest pop server, regardless of the region in the world. That has yielded the best results for me. And yeah, we just cleared all 3 of those, I think. Wait a minute, what's this one doing? Oh, this one just needs to be submitted. Oh, never mind, there it goes. So, dude, that's a nuts amount of money in way quicker time than Stanton. I mean, just quick math, that's an 800K drop-off. Right there. Nutty. Alright, let's pop out of the load zone real quick just to avoid our mall cops trying to get us for parking violations. And shields are up. I'm going to go ahead and see what missions we got around us real quick. You got 3 between Orbit and Ruin. Yep, I was over at Orbit, and I had 3 missions that all went to Ruin Station. Could have just been a lucky first hit. Let's see what else we got. And I also do like, for the sake of not being able to filter through stuff, that all the 266s are down here. We got Ruin to Starlight, Ruin to Checkmate, Ruin to Orbit. So Ruin to Checkmate and Orbit we can do. Checkmate and Orbit both have external freight elevators, so that is totally cool. Starlight should, man. Starlight's got the cosmetic design of a cargo center, but it doesn't actually have one. Ooh, it changed to Gaslight. Okay, so Pyro does the same thing Stanton does. When you take some missions, sometimes the remaining missions will shift. So, Gaslight, fortunately, is also one of the stations of the cargo center. So let's see if we got any other 266s that popped up after messing with that. Ruin to Orbit. Yes, the Starlight one went away. Oh, it's so cool. So we can now run these. Oh, wait, no, we got Checkmate, Gaslight, and Orbit. So, yeah, this one's what changed. Wicked. So, Gaslight is in the southern galactic plane. Checkmate, I believe, is just above that. So we should go Orbit, Checkmate, and then Gaslight is probably the best pathing. So let's request cargo loading. Where did the cargo center go? Is that it? Yep, that's it. Alright, requesting again. If you grab and abandon the Junior, it will re-roll contracts. Oh, cool to know. Thanks for that. We'll try that tip if we actually run dry on any. So far, so good. Once we get over here, we will smack that parking brake decoupled and all, just so I can keep showing that off. And we might actually come out of this a little bit, because... Oh, wow! Right at the wall, dude! Are we still technically in? Is it going to do it? Again, my ping rate's a little slow, because I'm playing in the US, and I'm on an Asia-Pacific Southeast server. But yeah, even stopping right at the grid like that, we have got a loading sequence starting. And there they are. Okay, cool. They're just kind of in the shadows there. I get you. I have a decently high-end AMD system and still only get like 45 FPS in cities. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Most of us get real shit FPS compared to other games we play. Uko, that is honestly just the STAR-CITIZEN optimization. This year, they're supposed to be really focusing in on that, so I hear. I kind of heard that last year as well. I will say that I've had a pretty decent time running Vulkan. Let's see, right now, granted, I'm not down in a city on a planet where you take a much bigger performance hit. I'm actually out in space. I'm getting 0 FPS because for some reason Nvidia is being stupid and reading my my Meld Studios FPS because, yeah, it's basically at like 1 FPS. So that's not a really reliable metric there. Wonder if I jump in here. Let's see, FPS, I'm getting about 70 right now. Server FPS right now is awful. Holy shit. Server FPS is 5? We might do a server hop after these missions. There's only 260 people, and server FPS and Pyro is at 5. That is really bad. I have not seen it that bad in a hot minute. So, Ling and Redwind Rep grind. How are the missions? Is the price worth it? How long the travels? So, Ling and Redwind at the interstellar side of things are locked to rookie. And I hate it. It's mostly because there is a pretty big back-end cargo refactor happening right now. And grain of salt, this is me putting my speculative hat on. I don't have any inside information or anything. But if you just look at the evidence, it all is very obvious. The reduction in quantity for the whole D and E, the fact that we're getting the Ironclad, as well as the Raylan, as well as the whole B, all in 2026, on top of the new missions that we've gotten. There's a lot going on with cargo right now. And part of the reason we only have the rookie level Dead Saints, Ling family, and Redwind Interstellar is because CIG doesn't want to totally break everything when they bring it all in. So I suspect that in future patches, we are going to be getting higher ranking missions from those companies, like seeing the junior member experienced. I have a sneaking suspicion that by the end of the year, or by whenever we get like experienced senior and master rank for those, that we might see the whole D come in. I know it's a long shot, but that's kind of my wild card end of the year or hauling prediction, is that when those big interstellar stuff come back, like our 700k missions, I think it's going to be a lot better pay. Because to your point, it is worth the money. You're just not really getting any more rep after rookie right now. But I do think with all this change to cargo and everything coming out, that we might get surprised with the whole D by the end of the year. With, you know, experienced senior and master rank interstellar missions. I could be totally wrong. I've got no reason to believe it other than just kind of put my tinfoil hat on a little bit. Showing off with your 26? What happened? I missed. The Ling and if you wait, it's you. I'm in the same server with 26 FPS. Well, server FPS isn't going to be specific to the player. It will be specific to the server you're in. I don't know how many servers are in Pyro in the Shard. Like right now, server FPS is bouncing back that I've gotten away from Ruin. It might have just been Ruin Station that's playing like shit right now. My game FPS right now in Quantum is almost 100. But yeah, so Ruin is a little rough at the moment. Which you might have known that. That's more so me talking to the audience, Strife, than correcting any one person. You're at Gaslight. Yeah, I might be seeing you here soon. We're heading to orbit first. Let me double check and see. I'm pretty sure that Gaslight and Checkmate are not too far from each other. I think Checkmate is above it when you're looking at the map. Whoa, almost zoomed out too far. Yeah, I think Checkmate's right here. No, that's Patch City. Where's Checkmate hiding? There it is. Okay, yeah, so we're going to go Orbit, Checkmate, and then Gaslight is down here by Pyro 4. It's kind of hiding in this mess of rocks somewhere. There it is. Right in there. Let's see, can I actually scroll on these anymore and look at... Yeah, Starlight's like right next to Bloom, which is cool. Let me type in orbit and see if I can actually scroll on here. So, okay, somebody in my comments actually made a point to say that you can actually, if you just put your mouse here where it highlights blue, then you can scroll and finally see what services are available. And I was right. So, loading dock. This is the symbol you need for your whole seat, or for external freight elevators, if you just want to use external freight elevators. It's that loading dock symbol. So any station that doesn't have it, like Starlight, unfortunately, when you look at Starlight, you won't see the loading dock. Will not. There we go. Commodity trading. That's what the other three boxes are for. Okay, I was wondering that when we were last checking them out. Oh, and that's the clinic. I thought that was another weapons shop, because to me it looks like a crosshair. Pulling out soon, head back to Stanton. Nice. What's up, Zormer? How you doing? Are you having any trouble with refueling? I can't get my C2 to refuel no matter what I do. How much money do you have? Because I've heard, I think if you have over like 2.1 billion, it doesn't work. Because I know a lot of people are running around with a lot of money right now. That might be the problem. I might need to stop and repair mine. I'm gonna have to refuel at some point too, so maybe we'll go ahead and, well, we'll do that once we get to probably Gaslight, which is more away from player areas. And we'll be closer to needing to actually refuel, so we'll give it a try. What's up, Saucy Jake? How you doing? Anybody else in the chat having problems with that refueling? Maybe figured out any workarounds? We can help each other out. I've been pretty fortunate in the refueling front for it to work well. Now, Levski, if that's also where you're at, our personal hangars at Lev have been very hit or miss with refueling. That is one area where I have encountered the problem quite a bit. It's annoying. So if you have some coin, just buy another C2. There you go. Wonder if rep will wipe too. So it has the mat. I really, really hope not. We don't have any reason to believe that a rep wipe is in the works. It doesn't impact the greater gameplay, or like it doesn't have really potential impact as far as I can think on crafting being implemented. But the crazy amount of money that's floating around and ships and components that have been duped, and it's just the economy is the problem. So I don't think we're looking at a rep wipe. That will definitely make things a bit more challenging. Alright, we're going to go up to about 450 and let's go turn and burn. So Relay, we don't actually have a date confirmed on when the rep wipe is going to be. The going consensus that I've seen from most avenues is that it's going to be when crafting comes in. And I am thinking it's probably going to be in line with the predictions of like Board Gamer, probably like a February, March wipe for whenever 4.7 or 4.8 might be coming in. Yeah, we went in a little late there, so we're going to kind of fly by the cargo area for a minute, but that's all good. We're not running quite as heavy, so we will be able to compensate and slow down pretty fast. We go to call the grid. Yeah, we're already down to 50 meters a second, so we're chilling. Call again. There we go. We got our deck assignment. Now, where is it hiding? Probably right next to us. Look at that. Wicked. Cool. Okay, so this is our first drop off. Server's actually been performing pretty well. It wouldn't make much sense to try to server hop with it performing. We're going to go ahead and hit that parking brake, come to a stop. So, wipe mean we lose everything except the pledged ships. Yep. Yeah, we're going to be losing anything that you didn't buy with real money, like armors and ships and all. So anything bought in-game will be wiped. Components, ships, and your money. As far as I know, rep is going to be safe. At least I really hope so. That would make me so sad. I think it'd make most of us so sad. Alright, there's another 266k earned there. Woo! We'll have to keep track of how many missions we've done and get some idea of the amount of money we're pulling in. This is crazy. Alright. Let's go ahead and make our way to checkmate. I love the little tap R trick to get the route. It's nice. It's not like a real game changer compared to just clicking on it, but it does feel a little bit better, I think. Checkmate, here we come. Now, once we are kind of getting closer to checkmate, I'm going to check the contracts again and see if anything else is popping up. If they wipe rep, I'm out. Yeah, I don't think that you'd be the only one thinking that way. A rep wipe would be a bummer. Yeah, eventually, we will be seeing a rep wipe. Yeah, before the fabled 1.0 drops, or if there's something that they really break. Like, unfortunately right now, my Headhunters and CFP rep is all broken, because when they introduced Dead Saints, I found out that they jacked up Headhunters and CFP to the point to where basically we all have to regrind that rep. So like our original rep here is pretty much non-existent. So now between these, we have to grind back up, and it's taken a hot minute, dude. I've done probably 20 or so Headhunter missions just to go into rank 3 here, and just this high on the neutral side, not even getting into these. So there might be a greater issue with Headhunter and CFP rep right now. I don't really know that it's going to be really worth the grind for anybody. But if they do something like this, if they break other rep trees to this degree, that might force a wipe, but that is hopefully not going to happen, or maybe there's some other workaround, because that sucks. I wonder if any of us will still be alive when 1.0 drops. Maybe if they come out with some cryotech, you know, we can freeze, wake up when STAR-CYWL-VFXK's finished. I like the Remembrance of Earth Path trilogy, you know, 3-body problem, Dark Forest and stuff. Just keep going to sleep. Okay, yeah, not seeing any 266Kers around here. And just to show you guys, I've, what is my rep with Ling family and all? Yeah, I'm already, oh, interesting. I haven't really done anything with Ling family yet. I gotta rep that up, at least a junior. And I don't think I actually started Dead Saints either. I gotta do both of those. We'll do that on a future live stream. Alright. That's... Wait, what? Rods? Hold up. Wait. Am I crazy? Where the... Oh, my scanner's broken. Damn it! Or my radar might just not have power to it. So, I'll just have to hit that again, I think. Oh, it's right in front of me. I'm just dumb. Let's set course this way. I need to check power distribution and see if my radar has been turned off. It has been. There we go. Cool, cool. Okay, that's all looking fine. Weapon systems on. Alright, now we should be able to scan. There it is. See how much more there is in front of us than just that little itty bitty flash spot we see, the little red lights? Instead of running right into the damn thing. Looks like we do have a player out here. Or, yeah, that would be a player. And a Hornet. Heading straight for me? No, heading past me? Quantuming out. Okay, cool. Nothing to worry about. What's up, Eric? Last cargo event, my hand almost gave out. Oh, man. Oh, so the reps that I'm doing are 2 at 266K, if that's what you're asking. Alright. Cargo center, there it is. I bet that's a cargo ship. Oh, that's a really beat up Corsair. Yikes. Let's see if we get the cargo grid from this far out. There it is. Awesome. One call. That's all it took, man. Badass. Rotating to use that upward thrust because it's a lot stronger than lateral thrust to redirect where we're heading. Okay, that's a cable in front of us. I hope that's not physicalized. That just popped out of nowhere. Woo! Gotta do a little dance, man. Pyro's a little bit more risk prone than other stations for sure. Or other systems. Alright, we're coming in. We're going to hit that parking brake again. If you guys are curious what I mean by that and you haven't heard the speed limiter spiel, just let me know. Because this has been an awesome way to come to a stop and truly stay stopped. Decoupled and everything without having to do any sort of stick wiggle. It just works. It's freaking amazing. Probably the best workaround for the whole seat that I've used. Let's do a quick check here for any 266Kers. There we go. We got 2, 3, 4. Holy shit. Oh, wait, no. That, damn it. It moved my thing over. All right. Let's try it again. Oh, no, there is a bunch. Oh, my gosh. There's so many. Okay, we can't go to Patch City. Damn it. Patch City, Patch City. Checkmate to Ruin. Yep. And we're actually going to go ahead and call the grid to get that to transfer cargo. It worked. All I had to do was recall it. Beautiful. Alright, guys, I'm going to run through these real quick and get them situated, and then I'll get back to the chat. So many of these. Patch City, Patch City, Patch City, Patch City. Useless. Patch City. Checkmate to Patch City, Patch City. Patch City, Patch City. So that's all of them. Alright. We are full, I believe. Yep, cargo transfer complete. Parking brake off. Let's get out of here. You still flying in just closed no armor? You know it. Yeah, when we get hop into the next area, I'll show you my attire. Since I unfortunately lost my whole C due to hangar shenanigans in the last live stream, I lost the majority of my stuff I had stashed on board, which made me real sad. Alright, setting course for Gaslight. So I'm rocking some Pyro attire right now. There we go, jeez. It's not registering. At Gaslight would do our refuel. Let's pop on up here. There we go, that's what I needed. Now, unfortunately, oh my gosh, that was terrifying. That freaking ghost of an asteroid just popping out in front of us like some abyssal monster. It makes me think of Subnautica. Ooh, I hope we're not heading right at a damn asteroid or anything. Come on. Alright. Feel that safer now. How do you get an external cargo box like that instead of landing bay? So, right Alt-N is your standard command for it. The command is request cargo loading. I'll show you that real quick before I hop up. Under your keybinds and flight movement. Yeah, flight movement. It's a weird place for it to be, but it's flight movement because it's the same as requesting landing. Just right below it. Where is it? So right here. So you got your standard request landing, but then you have request cargo loading. And as long as you're in a whole C at a place with an external freight elevator or a cargo center, you can get that auto load grid. And if it doesn't respond the first time, sometimes you gotta mash that button a few times. In the past, I've had to mash it 2-3 times for it to actually pop up. Just don't give up. Just keep hitting it. And as far as our look, come on, let's see if we hop out of that seat. No way! I haven't seen one of these since the Battle of Nam. No, I mean, holy shit, we just got 30K'd? Bro, that takes me back to like 2020. Holy shit. Alright, we should be alright. Hang on, let's see, is Stripe, are you still in that server? I'm gonna just hop right back in on you. Crash persistence should get us in there. Oh no, what's wrong? Oh god, this is bad. Alright, hang on. We're gonna do a full reset. It shouldn't still happen. I have not been 30K'd in years. Literally years. The only 30Ks, technically, were in the PTU when a new patch was coming out, and it was what kicked you out of the game to get the new update. 6th Gen, you've been seeing those more recently. Holy shit, that's crazy, man. At least there should be crash protection. The problem is that we're in Mags. And there's a reason that she's named after Maggie Carpenter. This is usually how this happens. But not with a 30K, with some like other random repositioning shit. So she's probably in Quantum running away from me if I don't spawn on the ship. Been getting 30-something errors a lot. Oh my gosh, no, the 30Ks are back. See, this is pretty standard, guys, honestly, with the holiday patch. CIG still isn't back to work fixing shit yet. So I'm not surprised. Okay, there we go. I got my interface back. So now I should be able to get back in. Ugh. Hey, man, you have a way of speaking. Have you been military? Yeah, busted. I was U.S. Navy. Yup. I served on the USS Carl Vinson and then at Fleet Readiness Center Southwest in San Diego from 2012 to 2017. Alright, let's see if we hop back onto the ship. If we do, then fine. Things just continue like normal. I wonder if we're still in Quantum. I'm in that server. Contracts aren't working at all. Might be borked. Yeah, it might be time to hop. I just don't want to hop without properly bed logging out of the ship. But yeah, you're definitely going to catch... No, I was not a Navy SEAL. No. Gunner's joking. I don't even want to joke about that, because... Whoo! Ain't nobody coming at me for stolen valor. I would have loved to have been in that world. Had I not been engaged and young and dumb, I probably would have pursued at least the EOD path, because I was an aviation ordnanceman. I dealt with bombs and missiles and weapons, and going into EOD was actually kind of on my list for a little bit. And I was real tempted to try out for buds when I was in boot camp, but I kept thinking about my fiance at the time and not wanting to put her through that crap. So I ended up not even staying with her. She's not the person that I'm married to now. So like when her and I broke up, I actually was really considering going into the EOD Spec Ops route. That was tempting. I actually always wanted to be a pilot, which is one of the reasons I joined the Navy, because the original career goal when I was younger was join the Navy, become a pilot there, and then go from being a pilot in the Navy to being a pilot for NASA and getting into space. That was always the pipe dream. Prior Navy here too, ET2. What's up, 6th Gen? I was an AO2 when I got out, so happy to see you in the chat, man. Thank you for your service. Are we actually at Gaslight? Hold up. Did we finish our quantum travel while we were getting back into the server? Also, I needed to show the drip as requested. So this is our attire for while we're in Pyro right now. Grabbed it from the shops in Pyro. Alright, now let's stop our ship because we're just flying away. Didn't really have any options for clothes here. Levski's got much better clothing options, including some real belter looking stuff. Which is why I was really mad that the frickin' ship blew up in the hangar. I knew better. I've showed people so many times how to avoid losing their ship to hangar shenanigans, and I didn't do it that day. I was distracted having fun with the Ollie group, and the mags blew up at Seraphim Station. With so much supplies on board. I wanted to cry a little bit. Yeah, we are at Gaslight. Awesome. Let's go to request cargo loading, which is what's going to bring up that nice blue box for us. See, it didn't respond there, so I'm going to hit it again. You got to usually tag it multiple times. After we drop off everything we have, I think I am going to try to hop into a different game or a different shard, because I don't want to mess with one that's getting a little too temperamental. There we go. Shields up. Ooh, we got somebody who decided to ditch a bunch of waste here. Total YMCA vibe there, yeah, you think? Yeah, I like to, like, I don't know, more like live on my ships than I had to reset the speed limiter because we all to forward, or well, we got crashed. I like to feel like I'm more living in my ships when I can. So like the Reclaimer's all stacked up with stuff. I like to keep the whole sea stacked up. I don't really claim my ships much if I can avoid it, man. I like the immersion of like being in my ship. And then I've got a suit on board that I can go and use to EVA. That's another reason that I can't wait for suit lockers, dude, because it would be awesome to put like those RSI fat EVA suits in a suit locker for when you need to go outside. Yo, look how cool that is. I can see like the transit of several planets and moons like around Pyro Star. The astronomy nerd in me is freaking out right now. Is that... That's got to be Pyro 5. Yeah. Those are the moons around Pyro 5, like Vol and Ignis and Pharaoh and shit. And Pyro 5 is currently transiting Pyro Star. That is sick. That's a screenshot. I need to... What the actual fuck? Oh, because we crashed out. Hang on. Let me see if I can reset my spindles. Right, that's so cool. I want to do a screenshot of that, but there's like stupid whole sea crap happening right now. I'm such a space geek, man. Like space, sci-fi, science, and all. So I'm gonna just move over here and angle. I just want that shot before the planet leaves the stars. Damn it. There we go. So sick, dude. That is definitely Pyro 5 and its moons. Let's see. That's it. Get rid of that. Yeah, because we're right next to it, I think. Yeah, it's right in front of us. So this is the planet we're looking at in that image as it's transiting in front of the star, and you can see its moons around it. So anybody else who's a major science geek or space geek, that is too cool. All right, anyways, let me set course for our next mission real quick so we can keep on moving. This will take us back to Ruin. And then we'll hop servers. We should already have this... Yeah, we should already have this cargo on board. So I'm just going to go ahead and set course for Ruin Station. Oh, I can't. That's right. I needed to refuel while I was here. Who is that? That is a Cuddy Black coming in nice and damaged. Hopefully, they're not red, so... It'd be nice that they left me alone, too. We are going to need to refuel. Have you seen the videos of Melody Sheep Life Beyond series? I have not. Okay, what was that? Is that one of you guys cruising next to me right now? How do you store your whole sea? I can't get the station to give me a large hangar, only a dock. That is the only way. So if your ship is empty, make sure you close it up before you request a cargo, or sorry, my brain is all over the place, before you request a dock, because it'll be an issue. That's best in show Cuddy out here. Always nerve-wracking in Pyro to be around other players, but we should be able to get out of here before that person becomes a problem, if they do become a problem.
An available space has been located.
Approved to dock.
Alright, so let's go ahead and get docked and refueled so we can carry on. Yeah, I'll try to remember that. Melody Sheep, The Life Beyond. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, what I was going to say, though, Brandon and Evolve, anybody who's curious or hasn't seen it by some chance, the whole sea has currently got this really annoying issue where if you store her with cargo, she'll spawn in your hangar extended, and it is a real shitty problem. So make sure if it's time to store your ship that it's empty and closed to try to avoid that headache. Otherwise, you're going to have at least a 15-minute claim time on your hands once the ship blows up. All right. Whoop. Let's realign that. A little bit too much momentum. Okay, there we go. Let's see, how close are we? Oh, too low. Coming forward. Alright, now we just go to port. We should be pretty much lined up. Look at that. I know a thing or two. What's up, Kobas? How you doing? I'm in orbit preparing to load Caterpillar. Hell yeah, sounds good. We should be... really? Well, we were definitely too high. But yikes, let's slow down. Lost track of what direction I was flying there because I was looking at it backwards. So let's back away, let's bring it up. And then from here, because we still don't have manual docking, you just got to hold in to complete the auto dock sequence. I just like to get as close as I can beforehand. Alright, let's see if we can refuel, because I know somebody in the chat is having issues with that before. Can't wait for ship insurance that covers what's in the ship. Same, dude, same.
Arrival completed. Welcome.
Engines off.
All tilted sideways and shit. What is this? Okay, there we go. Yeah. So, oh, if you're also having issues with like clicking on stuff, it's because the Mobi glass is weird. You just got to move your mouse to where it turns blue and then you can click on it. So you might have to be a little off angle to the button you're trying to click. But, yeah, this is funny. We'll sort of uncork ourselves here once we undock. Okay, we should be good. So just the same button to depart. We'll feel it break away. Our engines will turn back on. And then we'll be able to get moving. Once we get into Quantum, I can reset the visual glitch of the whole sea. This is standard whenever you crash out or Alt F4 and you come back in. The visual of the ship is out of sync with the actual ship. And usually going to Quantum will allow you to collapse and reposition and fix that.
Thank you for visiting. Safe travels.
It is an eyesore. Alright. Now, we should be able to get our ass back over to Ruin. Yep, alright, course is set. Adios to the best in show Cuddy that was chilling at Gaslight.
Quantum travel engaged.
Pyro's also kind of tough for the haulers out there that aren't running the larger ships just because of these distances, man. These are just normal distances and they are crazy. It is not uncommon to be traveling 100 gigs in Pyro to get from one place to another. Alright, let's go ahead and do Our shit. Yeah, there we go. The second I hit collapse, it reset the visual. So they are going to collapse in, and then I'm just going to open it back up because I hate doing this with cargo on it. It's so immersion breaking. Wondering what might happen though in the future when we can't collapse the cargo and there's like that visual bug. Hopefully, maybe the visual bug just doesn't happen anymore at that point. Guess we'll see. But there we go. Now we should be able to reopen the ship and everything will be back to normal. In VR, how do they deal with the animations like getting in and out of seats? That kind of thing is usually dealt with differently to avoid motion sickness. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I would imagine that VR can probably be pretty disorienting in this game. What's up? Has the Matt mined 15 SCU of Quant and fell through my mole floor. Oh, no. Oh, shit. I feel that in my soul, dude. That has happened to me. Not that exact scenario, but... So, where did you fall through the floor? Did it happen to be through bed logging, or you just kind of fell through in general? Damn, that sucks. I've had issues refueling while docked. Can you remember what exact issues you might have had? I'll try to keep an eye out for it while we're doing that today. Monkey with a gun. Love the name. Thanks for joining the chat. Do you think Squadron 42 will really come out this year? Actually, yeah. I could see that. I bet it'll be, like, maybe an IAE release or end of the year, like, Christmas release or something. So, like, I come from a world of doing a lot of Tesla-related content and watching a lot of SpaceX coverage and all, too. And we in the community in that world have gotten very used to something known as Elon time. When he says that, you know, something will be ready by the end of the year or in 2 weeks, you pretty much just have to assume the last possible minute in a quarter or in a period of a year or something. So I'm going to apply Chris Roberts' time in the same fashion. CR time, I would say that we'll probably get Squadron 42 on December 31st at 11:59. But I wouldn't be surprised if it did actually come out this year because they're in the most grueling but simplest phase because all the main stuff is done. So now it's just that post-production cleanup polish of the game to make sure that it doesn't have game-breaking weird visual bugs or glitches or weird stuff. Like, they really want this project to look as good and play as well as it possibly can given the hype and the time around it. I'm stoked. I will absolutely be covering my playthrough live. I haven't really announced that, but I'm going to do that. Like, I am not going to play that Squadron 42 campaign unless I am live streaming it. And I'm going to share that with the audience every step of the way for anybody who might not have it or just doesn't, or might just be curious with it. But yeah, I'm stoked, dude. I've watched so many reactions to the space battle and just been eagerly awaiting that campaign for so many years. So I'm ready. I'm excited. Yep, Elon time is wild. You got it. 42 in 10 years. Yeah, who knows? I hope not. Shit. That'd be crazy. Just got to put on your patch for playing in VR. Oh, jeez. Is Pyro more lucrative than Stanton with the whole C? Absolutely. Quite a bit more. We made $800K in our first point-to-point drop-off with 3 missions that were $266K each. Stanton value with the whole C does not touch Pyro. Holy shit. We're actually, once we drop off this load, we're going to hop servers. Oh, man, since I crashed, I might not be able to see all the contracts we completed, can I? No, it doesn't show it, and I didn't pay attention to how much money we had. We've done a lot of these already, though. You could probably scrub back to the start of the live stream and how much money I had to see how much we've made if you wanted to. Because we're at 158 mil now. I think we were at like 155 before. Or maybe 156, 157. There's no way we made 3 mil that fast, but we've made a lot. So, Redwind rep grind. Yep. Yeah, and you can only grind Redwind really in Pyro because the Interstellar stuff is rookie locked, which sucks. But it is what it is for now. So Ling Family, Redwind Interstellar, and Dead Saints are all rookie locked at the moment. But in Pyro system proper, you can grind Redwind rep. Yeah, Exa, you bring up a huge point that I've seen echoed in one other video, and it's that when Squadron 42 is done, all of the resources going to Squadron 42 will be able to allocate their time to the persistent universe. And I guess to the second and third game, because Squadron 42 is one game in a trilogy that's coming. Hopefully, the second and third game are faster because they've learned a lot from making the first game. But I do think a lot of resources are going to go back to the persistent universe. But also in saying that, when they start really firing up the second and third game, which they might already have teams working on those too in the back end, I don't think that everybody's going to go to the persistent universe. I think they're going to be working on those games as well. 157189. Okay, thank you. Hell yeah. Good shit, guys. All right, so what are we sitting at now? 157189 to 158771. So what is that? 1.6, almost 1.6 million we've already made. And I've only been live for an hour. And we haven't been hauling the whole time. We were kind of getting ready and chatting and setting things up and dealing with a crash. So, that's crazy. Yeah, we're going to try out a server hop after this to get to something that's probably a little bit healthier. Hopefully. I mean, most of the shards are probably a bit rough, if we're being honest. Well, they can't really have the P2 or the PU being crap for all the people coming from Squadron 42, so at least a good chunk of the talent has to try to make PU better. Yeah, I totally agree. And even if there's like a break between Squadron 42 being out and them really starting the other projects, there's going to be tons of resources going to the PU for sure. And I bet this year there's going to be a lot of evolution with the Genesis Planet Tech, with all kinds of stuff. I'm really excited for 26. 25... if you really think about it, with the headaches included, it was still probably the best year we've had for Star Citizen. I mean, we got 2 systems now. I mean, we pretty much got Pyro and Nyx within that same sort of year. It was at the end of 24 that we got Pyro. And then all the content that came in, like 20 plus ships, like 27 ships or so. So, with all the problems that came with it, we also probably had the greatest content and feature year that we've had yet. So I think 26 is looking to be really badass. Especially with the ships that are slated to come out this year, and hopefully the release of Squadron 42. We'll see. I know they've been saying 26 since like 24, right? So hopefully they're really motivated. Yeah, you think so? Exit? That they're gonna need the funds from 42 to push. Or sorry, let me make sure I read that right. The PU funded Squadron 42, so they really need to push 1.0 to have the funds for the sequels. I can see that. Alright. Let's kill that park and brake. I keep forgetting it's engaged. Okay, that's a turret. Woo! Let's not run into that. Alright, let's go a quick jump to dead space. There was some cargo left behind.
Thank you for visiting.
Son of a bitch. I bet it actually still is back at Checkmate, but I'm just going to submit it so we can server hop. It's alright. At least we got 75% of that pay, right? One word, Ironclad. Yeah, I cannot wait, man. I want my Ironclad so bad. I also really can't wait to see the whole B and the Ryland. And just the evolution of the mission sets for hauling and all as they're coming out. The evolution of engineering and crafting. This is going to be a hell of a year. I had 2 thoughts about Squadron 42 prologue. Let me jump back to that so I can see what you said there. They didn't need to do that hard for the tutorial. And 2, I hope they can keep the level of production for the whole game. Yeah, I hope so too. Alright, I do not want to bed log this close to the planet. It's just not my preference, just in case I might be around players. So let's do a quick partial jump to Megumi, which Megumi is one of the other stations that has an actual external freight elevator system. So it is whole sea friendly. Okay. So that's pretty much all I do there. We'll go ahead and go shields up as my standard anytime I'm going to bed. Let's go ahead and bed log out, and what the Yo. What is that? Why? Excuse me? No, fucker. Stop grabbing the ladder. Damn it. What is this? Space mold? I got like an alien in here? What is... Can't go in there, that's a vacuum. Huh. I was just curious to see what would happen. It's the damage on my ship. Huh. Let's... wait. I think this is in here. I haven't had much reason to mess with that yet. It didn't really miss anything. Just some weirdness. We're just gonna go to bed. Any chance for rep sharing? Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna do this server hop real quick first, though. So if you're wanting to come along and rep share with me, look at that. Oh, it's creepy, man. It's like I got some weird solar flare damage coming through. This is crazy. Okay, yeah, we gotta go to bed, pop back in, and get this ship fixed. What the fuck? I'm so nervous now. Just dreams. It's a bad dream. We're just gonna go to sleep. Game just crashed and ate all my... Oh, no. Damn. It's one of the risks of commodities trading. Ship and landing area. No, we're not. No, don't do that. See, now we're getting some weird bugs. Damn it. You know? Alright. So, first, we're gonna probably head over to one of the gateways. And maybe properly repair the ship. I also need to get my hands on an SRT, because when my last OC blew up, it ate it. Let's take a peek at something. This is why it's workaround citizen. Alright, all my components are fine. We just have some external damage, apparently. We will get that figured out. Let's head over to Nick's Gateway. Just in case we need to head home for some reason to get this situated. Yeah, dock and repair. That's the plan. How's it going, Lisa?
Shield off.
It's so creepy to see the floor coming through on fire like that, or whatever it is. It has this like molten look to it, which takes me back to some of the creepier episodes of like Orville or old Star Trek episodes where you have like this life form that's got on the ship and started to like mess with people's heads. In the original well, not the original Star Trek, but in Star Trek Enterprise, Jonathan Archer's crew, they have something like that happen. And the communications officer has to, Hoshi, she has to like figure out how to communicate with this like hive mind space amoeba thing that starts to capture crewmates. It's crazy, dude. That's kind of what that reminds me of. Halsey infected, yeah. Let me go back into the chat here. Doing that visually on a bunch of my ships. No damage, though. Okay. Even after you repair, it'll be there until it's claimed. So I'm just going to be haunted by my space mold. That's fine. I just lost $2 million worth of product. Shit, that is not fun. How are you on funds? You doing good? You need a little insurance cash infusion? Plasma nodes are infected. Voyager, there you go. Yes. Yeah, because I mean the rest of the ship looks pretty all right. Oh, I guess we can go ahead and collapse her since we're empty. We're not really going anywhere with cargo. I mean, we are running around with a bit of a torque imbalance, so there's... We took some damage, I think, on the last live stream that I didn't get repaired. Guess it's best not to ignore when your ship's got some issues. I'm good, just part of the game. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Always got to be willing to lose whatever you have on board. Kind of examining the ship here to see if there's any. Can't really see anything on the dark side anyway. There's no wear and tear or like look of tinging or anything on the outside of the ship, just that inside. So it's kind of funny. Even with a TS2, man, takes a minute to get over here. See if it's still there. Yep, it's still there. Looking creepy as shit. You stand next to it? Do you take any? No. So it's just a visual sort of glitch. Definitely makes it look that there's freaking active fire on the ship right now. You must be new to the 30K in 4.5. Yeah, that's the first time I had experienced it. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. I wonder if this actually popped up after, because my ship was not like this at the start of the stream. You've been infected with a baby quantum worm. Its mother will surely come looking for it. Yeah, lovely. Oh, how terrifying would that be? Have any of you guys played Stellaris? Kind of makes me think, like, what if it's like one of those void dwellers or something like the Stellar Devourer or some crazy shit? That's a game I wouldn't mind picking back up at some point. Anywhere on the whole sea to store food other than the bathroom? Or do you mean the main storage areas that are up in the living quarters? 'Cause that's where I store all my stuff. I wish there was. There's an area that should have storage that doesn't appear to, and I don't think you can store in these. This is where I keep all my crap, which is what you might be calling the bathroom area. It's a little dingy. But yeah, I keep my weapons and stuff in this one. Up here's my utility stuff. And then I've got food and medical supplies up top here. And my clothing down here. Oh, I think we just popped out of Quantum. I'm grinding junior rank for Redwind and Pyro now. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a server hop as soon as I repair and take care of the ship refuel. Well, mostly just repair. And actually just dock. I'll probably get off here because I got the bug where it was saying that my ship's in a landing area. It wouldn't let me actually bedlog. So go figure. I don't know if that is just the condition of this server. Still much better than storage in the Caterpillar. Yeah, you kind of, I guess, need storage in the Caterpillar to be able to compare that, right? Some ships, like in the Reclaimer, I keep a 1/8 SKU box up in the cockpit with me that's got an undersuit and a helmet just in case I need to quickly get into something that is space worthy, because the rest of my stuff's all stored all the way back in the captain's quarters, which is a pretty decent hike.
Approved to dock.
It's just a visual bug. There's no real damage. That's what an evil space virus would say. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Man, the lateral thrust is just non-existent in this ship. It's always good to kind of roll and thrust up. There we go. Hopefully this docking port's not misaligned. That's been a very common issue on this patch. I think it might be okay. It looks like it is. Get lined up here. A bit too high. How's our... Just gotta come forward a bit. We're pretty much lined up. 2, 1, and hold there. Not bad. And then we'll just let the game bring us in.
Started.
Took me a while to find it. Then cat has storage well hidden to avoid Pyro. Does it have an actual physical interactive storage button that you can put stuff in? Because I've never actually seen that as many times as I've flown the cat.
Docking.
Alright, let's go ahead and repair this bad boy this time. I thought we actually did. Okay, we did repair it. No, I'm not crazy. So it is just a visual bug like everybody's saying, which makes sense. Yeah, now I might need to pull up the cat just to visually verify this. It's under the beds in the command module. Oh, kind of like the Prospector and the Vulture? Or not, actually, I don't think the Prospector's like that. The Vulture's like that. Ooh, we're losing pressure. Oh, God. Woo! So for some reason, the ship started to vent. That's not good. What's up, Alex? Good afternoon. It's under the beds in the command module. Now I gotta check that. Huh. They need to put a weapons rack near engineering for the SRT gun. Yeah, I don't disagree. It's a good point. Spicy air. Yeah, it's the space virus. It's getting me as I leave. Corsair has the same bed storage, I think. Yeah, you might be right. So maybe that's just kind of Drake's style. Now I'm super curious. Alright, so also while we're here, we're going to grab an SRT rifle because, for whatever reason, they're at Platinum Bay. Alright.
Welcome.
Let's go ahead and store the ship
Retrieval system.
and see where the caterpillars are. Because I might actually check
Your
out...
vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Oh, did it register it? I want to check out the storage thing that we're talking about here, because that'd be really cool to see.
Vehicle retrieval system.
I'll have learned something new today about the Caterpillar, a ship that I've used for a long
Your
time.
insurance claim has been sent.
Come on, wake up. There we go.
Thank you.
All right, where's the Corsair? Because I want to do that one too. Hey, that we can just deliver. Cool. Wicked. All right, let's go get the SRT, and then we'll log out in bed or server hop. Any chance I could leap some of that Pyro Hull C rep? Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm totally happy to share rep with anybody who wants to hop in that server with me. Granted, as you guys know, the more people that join, the little bit less rep will be shared. Let me go ahead and set this. But still, the amount of experienced missions that I can run will definitely help people grind through. So give me a sec, guys, to go to Platinum Bay, get a couple of SRT rifles, and then I'm going to server hop, and then we can get a party going. And then while I'm running the whole C stuff, I recommend running whatever mission you can just to stack that rep. But of course, don't share that one. Keep that one to yourself. Galleria. Sorry, spacing out there. I hate the random no ammo areas and space stations. Yeah, I agree. It's dumb. All right, Platinum Bay. Here we go. You know what? I might go clothing shopping while we're here too. I'll go into a different server and get that moving first. Also, empty, full. Empty, full. Lower price, empty. Upper price, full. I'm going to buy like 10 of these. And we'll buy more than 10. And then... there it is.
Your vehicle has been placed into storage. Use Fleet Manager Terminal to gain access.
Oh, I thought I did store it.
Warning. Exit the facility or your vehicle will be placed into storage.
I mean, that's fine. Alright, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and back out. And let's go ahead and server hop, and then we'll go rep grind, my friends. Let's see here. And this is the way I do it. So I don't want to jump. I think that 280 might be the one I was in. 74, 280, 77, 13, 279. I think that's the same server. I really wish there was like a server list. That'd be so nice. Two. got 279. 279. Man, there's a lot of people on my list in that server. Sticks 45. Holy cow. 700 cap. Did they increase the cap? Did I not realize that? There we go. 232. Let's do it. Impressive equipment. Alright. Let's see. What did I miss on the chat? Random no atmo. Anyway, I'll feel the... Yep. Just like Lisa said, you just got to go and pull material off of another ship. Just don't do it to your own, because you will damage your own ship. Yeah, it's alright. That's why I have people, or that's why I tell people, like, in the chat, like, in the comment section of live streams or in videos, anybody who wants to put their username out there for people to add for being able to, you know, get more server options, I encourage everyone to do it. Throw your server, or if you guys are comfortable with it, throw your usernames into the chat, let people add each other, so we get more access to different shards. At least gives you a way to kind of poke around and see what you can find. Alright, I'm going to do a quick server check. We are in US 160 with 230 people now, so yes, I will throw out some rep share invites. Let me know in the live stream chat when you guys are in the server with me. And I don't think I need to do that. I can send a party invite anyway. Because we had Barrack and Has the Mat, I believe. Or Hazard Shield. Sorry. I did that too, because you guys have Has in the start of your name. I'm in and ready. Awesome. So I will also throw up the party chat on here, just in case I miss something that you say in the live stream, and I can have a more reliable way to double check on it. Granted, it'll be kind of be behind our live stream chat, but that's okay. Alright, let's... oh, wait, I wanted to go shopping. Let's go see if they got any cool clothing stores here. I mean, not that I dislike my Pyro attire, but I would honestly like some pants that actually has some storage, because your clothes do matter. The K7 pants I was wearing, they had tons of storage in them. I was able to carry a lot of stuff, like magazines, med pens, some drinks. Let's see if we got a Kasaba here anywhere. There's our small arms shop. There's our armor shop. I don't think the armor shop's really going to have clothes. Well, those are some naked mannequins. That's awkward. Oh, yeah, Roughneck. Thanks. Yeah, let me get you added too. Yep, nothing there. There we go. All right. Oh, possibly. I can resend that. No worries. Let's see. Our party. Go. Got lost. Whoops. Alright. Let's see if we can find a Kasaba or something. Find some clothes. Maybe upstairs? Usually there's a clothing shop in these places. That'd be a bummer if this is the one frickin' space station that doesn't have it. Just scored a TS2 from a Vandal warehouse. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats. Maybe like this way? Wow, really? No clothing store at this one, huh? We got a ship weapons store. That's it. I have to check out Stanton Gateway. Wonder, let's see... That'll take us to the food court, lockers. Alrighty then. No Kasaba here. Guess we'll hop back in the Hull C and get to work. That's a good question, Commander Jackal. I'd be surprised if it was, but at least we'll know. Alright. You know what? I'm going to to check the refinery real quick. Let's see if we got... Whoop. Scatterbrain mode. Open Sesame. There we go. Shit, I know the cargo center is only going to have like the Merrill armor set, which is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool medium armor set. Different colors you can get with it, but I want to see if I can find some industrial style clothing that isn't like the suspenders and shit. I don't really want to look like that guy. Actually, I wouldn't mind those jackets. That does look pretty good. And the jackets will have storage. Vantage rentals. Hang on, let's see what's available to rent here. Just so I can tell people. The Cutlass Back, Prospector, the Mole, the Rock. Okay, cool. Industrial ships makes sense. Oh, those might be some good pants. Oh, and we got those too. Okay, cool. No, we might actually have some good options here. All right, let's go with leg wear first. Edge wear pants. Work life pants. I like them. I like them. Get a couple of these. Grab that one. Shirts. I like it. It was not... I had to fit it in the elevator, then carry it through Atrium, then another elevator. So you had to do what we did before. At least you didn't get stuck inside the TS2. That's good. That's a hell of a jacket. I'll bring one of those on board. I think that is everything. All right. At least we found out that we can fit the TS2 through the elevators. It is a tight fit, but at least it works. TS wanted to sacrifice. Yep. Worth it for that quantum drive, though, man. The TS2 is amazing. If you can't get the TS2, though, remember, guys, the Erebus is badass, and you can get it at Arc L1. It's a nice quantum drive to rely on if you don't have your military drives readily available. All right, now let's go check out the Caterpillar's storage area.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
It also gives us a chance to get the large hangar spawned. All right, so give it like 4 seconds, and then I'm going to store the cat.
The ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to us, please.
So that should have caused the hangar to spawn and hopefully saved our ship from getting destroyed. There we go. We got our large hangar. So we're going to check out the storage area on the Caterpillar, and then we'll head back into the Hull C and get some work done.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
It almost happened. Your elevator... Wait, your elevator ate the TS2, or... Uh-oh. I'm kind of following along with what I'm seeing in the chat. Alright. Oh, yeah, let's try on our clothes while the... Whoa, never mind, it just poofed onto the frickin' platform. Alright. Sometimes that'll happen. Your ship will just kind of like, bam, it's right there in front of you. So according to Barrick, it should be... The storage should be in our command module under the bed. Which, that's not bad. That's not too far from the pilot seats. It's right there down the ladder. I almost got stuck. Oh, okay, cool. So you got it then. Sweet. Crisis averted. It's gonna be so funny. All this time, there actually was ship storage on here, and I just didn't know about it. So back here. God damn it. So you do have a weapons rack here too, if you guys didn't know, which has a lot of slots just chilling by the ladder. Son of a bitch. Dude. Both of the beds. Wow. Well, I feel stupid. Now I know. That is a very Drake thing to do. Confirmed. Storage is right there under the bed. So now I'm curious if that is also the case with the beds in the galley. Huh. Nope, looks like they took these ones out, but that's where the storage bins would have been. Okay, so not in the galley area where the extra crew beds are, but yes, in the command module. So, freaking wild. Yeah, thanks, Barrick. That is awesome. Is that the same case on the mole? Maybe, actually. I've never seen storage on the mole, but I was sure there wasn't any on the cat too, and I'm wrong. So, the mole might be worth checking. I'm not sure. That's really sick. I wonder if I can quickly get the mole here. I don't want to take too much time because I want to get back to running. Not really the feeling space trucking grind at the moment, knowing a wipe is coming. Yeah, I don't blame you.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Mole would be a couple of minutes.
You'll please visit us again. Welcome.
Well,
to the ASOP
maybe we'll
vehicle
check
retrieval
it.
system.
Where's it chilling? Is the mole? Oh wait, no, the mole's got stuff on it. I can't really. Stanton Gateway. Actually, the mole shouldn't have anything on it because it blew up after a quantum issue. So it's out here at Stanton Gateway, I think, in Pyro. So if we end up over there, we'll go check it out. All right, let's get the whole scene and get back to work.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Wipe was
system.
always coming. That's fair. Yo, what's up, Rock and Fight? How you doing? Yeah, I still think the wipe is probably not happening until like February, March, whenever, like probably 4/7 or so. Really?
You'll please visit us again.
I might need to try to get back into that other
the
server.
ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Gotta be kidding me.
Your vehicle, please.
Okay, everyone who's in a party with me, you're gonna see a message to join me when I change servers. Do not accept. I repeat, do not accept. I will jump back into this server with you. I gotta see if the whole C is still there at the frickin' docking collar if I can, and store it. That is stupid. I thought I stored it. Ugh. I don't... What R word? Retard? Alright. Oh, repeat? I can't even keep up anymore. Alright. How is a caterpillar for hauling? I've seen you use it and like the aesthetics, but I'm told it's super outdated. I love it. I love the caterpillar personally, and it's really great with the external freight elevators. Honestly, it helps you stay organized. I love the cat. Fully endorse the cat. At any point you plan to use it, it is an amazing ship. What am I doing? I need to back out. Now remember, guys, anybody you're having the impound message just before you left. Oh, you're right, I was. All right, don't follow. Don't follow, because you'll get pulled into the server that I'm going to attempt to go back into. All right. I think Citizen Mark might have been in that server. Yep, that's it. Optimistic Escape. Oh, please, please, please still be on the docking collar, because then I can just store you. I bought a C2, but it's just boring. Oh, you think so, Sean? Sorry to hear that. Man. I really hope this works, because the whole C should be persistent in this server at the docking collar. If it's in a claim state, then I guess we'll take the cat out for a run on a hauling mission and just let the time pass for the claim. But let's find out. What are you... What just happened? Okay. Alright. Really hope this was the server I was in. Asia Pacific Southeast 50. I think so. I think this was my server. I saw a couple of people in it. Man, I really, really, really hope. Man, fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. Please, 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 please. Upgraded my cat to the Ironclad. I don't think that was a mistake.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Damn it, man. So freaking annoying. So freaking annoying. I only got myself to blame. I should have stored the damn ship. I'm fairly certain this was the server I was on. Well, no, not impound. Well, if it was impounded, they didn't do it right, because I should just be able to pay a fine, but I don't have an option to pay a fine. Oh. I don't think, Kobaz, if you're in the chat, do you know if you had joined in on my server? Yeah, it is Optimus. That was the server. That was definitely it. Alright. Just gonna start the claim. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I was just in that server. Can you, if you join on me, I joined on you. Yeah, no, so that was the server. I was just on it. It's in an unknown state because of the weird impound and then me leaving. It is what it is, man. Yeah, if you guys look, you should be on Asia Pacific Southeast, server shard 050. No, well, it had my personal stuff on board. A bunch of weapons and medical stuff and tractor rifles and all kinds of things. It had the more important stuff than the regular cargo, including some armor as well, which... Oh, damn it. So it's all gone. Fucking hell. Alright. I'm gonna need to buy armor while I'm here now. That is just the way the cookie crumbles. Because I don't want to go back to Levski right now and then have to jump all the way back to Pyro. So we're just going to roll with it, man. Well, that's not where I want to go. Well, actually, I do need to buy some medical stuff now.
Recently ranked 5th in
Okay. Yeah.
Nope, I'm scatterbrained. What am I doing? Pharmacy. There it is.
Nope.
That's why it's hard for me to call a ship home. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, it's definitely a do so at your own risk kind of a thing.
Wait over there.
I usually have really good luck with it, honestly. I just... When I'm doing stuff, I can have a bit of an ADD moment, get a little scatterbrained, not pay attention to what's going on, make mistakes like I did, but not just clicking. One button would have prevented this. One button would have saved this issue. It's not a living on a ship issue. It's the fact that I didn't hit store when I was docked. Ugh. Just dumb. Just super, super dumb. Detox pins.
You're pretty much out of luck.
It is what it is.
Manager deal with you.
Wow, Twitch ad. Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing now for me. Alright, let's go get some armor. And a tractor rifle. I guess we'll head to the cargo deck. Because we got to get some max lift rifles now, too. At least it's not mining gadgets from Levski. That'd be a trip back. Yeah, good point, good point. No, that's all good. It's alright. It's just part of me making sure I don't do something stupid. It is what it is. It's like I had said earlier in the stream after Strife lost its commodity while running around. You just sort of got to accept that dumb stuff is likely going to happen at some point, and not invest too much of your soul into whatever you're doing, because anything can happen to make it go away. But it is fine. It is how we adapt and overcome in this game. At least we're here already at Nick's Gateway with armor available. We're just going to go ahead and get our trusted Grey Cat set here. And... well, yep, we're going to need some smoothies too, because the ones on our ship got... oh, damn it. I should have claimed the ship. Could have already been working on the countdown timer. It's fine. We're going to take a mission in the Caterpillar while we wait. And we'll come back. Max Lift Tractor Beam. I'm going to buy like 6 of these. And just leave some here at the station. And, oh, there's that cool Novikov set. Pyro Multi-Tool. Let's see, let's check the attachments. Tractor beam attachments, not a bad thing to have. No SRT attachments here, it looks like. Can we buy...
You know, just been out there living that life.
We already bought some canisters.
So, opportunities.
What kind of clothing is here?
You gotta make your
Yeah, the normal
let me tell you, ain't no one got
cargo stuff. Okay. Let's go to the storage real quick. Make sure we equipped everything we need. I'm running cargo in a Taurus around Stanton. Is it worth moving into Pyro? Bob, I wouldn't worry about Pyro until... Well, shit. Actually, it might be. So, do you have any rep with Redwind Linehaul? Because the Pyro stuff gets really good once you get up to experienced rank. Kind of like with... Stanton. I ordered 2 of those. Jeez. Did I not get the helmet? Is that the one thing I forgot? Scatterbrain, like I said, guys. So 1 TS2, 2 avalanches, a blizzard, and wow, nice. Yeah, that's actually really good.
Hi. You're looking good. Been up to much?
Bought myself a tank for Christmas. Spent 2 days outfitting it with personal equipment. Only to get a 30K first trip. Lost everything. Yeah. Oh man. My heart breaks for you, my friend. Oof. Junior, I think. Okay, yeah. I mean, Pyro payout is pretty good. It really depends on the amount of risk you're willing to accept, too, because Pyro is a dangerous place, and for most of your rep grind up until you get to member, you're dealing with the planet-side stuff. Once you're member, you can run between stations, which is nice. It makes it a little bit less dangerous. Let me go ahead and throw... tractor rifle and a cambio in my backpack. Throw these on here. Carry the rest. Oh my, wow, core armor actually can carry quite a bit. Nice. Let's see. Tool there. Throw these in here. Clothing. We're gonna carry some of this stuff with us. So we can throw that on when we get on board. We actually got cargo slots on our pants and our jacket, which is dope. Let's see. Other has our Resurgera. Ammo. Let's cut these in half, really. Do like 15 of these. Same here. Okay. I don't really have any weapons to take with me. Classic risk versus reward, yeah. So, I mean, to get back to what I was going to say, your payout at the experience rank with like a whole C and stuff is a lot better in Pyro. Hauling in general is a bit easier, more straightforward in Stanton. If you're running the Taurus, probably in the Stanton side, you're at the member rank. We know what you're working with there. Okay, brain, what was I just going to do? A firearm. I've got my handgun. I don't really care to go grab another stuff. So let's just go ahead and get back to the ship. When you're told 30K is a thing of the past. Yeah, I actually got my first 30K today, which was surprising. It kept me in, it had crash protection though. I was able to get right back in the game, in my ship, continue my mission, so that was fine. Definitely could have been worse.
Welcome.
Let's go ahead and get that whole sea claimed.
Retrieval system.
It should be this one.
Please
Damn.
visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent.
Okay, there we go. That is the one we want. Wicked. Let's see what contracts we can run. Cobalex, I believe I'm on the last tier. Okay, nice. So you're ranked up pretty high there. Pyro's missions tend to be worth more per mission, but the risk is quite a bit higher, and the travel is a real pain just because of how far apart everything is. But if your goal is to eventually get to the experienced rank running like a whole C, I do think it's worth doing. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to get our interstellar stuff ranked up to where we can run Redwind that way. So for now, doing it in Pyro is kind of the only way. For me, running the whole C, it's definitely the way to go. Let's see if we can run... Man, talk about going around the world for this one. Jeez. So Ruin Station to Rods, Dudley, Gaslight, and Endgame from Ruin. Let's see if we got anything closer. With the Pyro stuff, you really only want to run one thing at a time. Gaslight, Gaslight, Starlight, Dudley. That seems like a mess. Ruin to Megumi, potential wildlife habitats. You can't do those. Potential wildlife habitats. Oh, gosh. Okay, collect from Orbit, Endgame, Dudley, and Checkmate, and take it all to Ruin. And we're currently at Nyx Gateway, so we're kind of in the lower galactic plane right now. Screw it. Let's go ahead and take this one. I'm going to go ahead and share this. It's an experienced rank mission, so it'll still help them get some good rep. We're going to knock this out and then grab our whole C. So Orbit, Endgame, Dudley, and Checkmate. Man. Could we... Jeez, there's not even 266Ks anywhere near us. Alright, I think the cat we have is rocking the TS2 quantum drive as well. Let's make sure. Oh, no, it has the Erebus. Still, it could be worse.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Yeah, I'll share it again. No problem.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the... Please visit us again. Welcome.
Alright.
To the
I'm waiting like 4 seconds, and I'm going to store it again.
Your vehicle has been moved to us.
The reason I'm doing that is to get this to spawn our hangar without it eating the ship. Okay. Let me go ahead and share that contract back out. Are you coming along to throw freight? Let's go ahead and pull the cat out here. Let's see if it just pops on the... Nope, it's actually dropping it down. Okay, so I wasn't sure. I survived loot delivery. Hell yeah, Kobas. Obsidian, I had a 30K this morning. Lost a mole filled mostly with recite and still are on. Oh, wow. Oof, that hurts. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. Papa Man, what's up? How's it going? I couldn't do more than one mission yesterday. Damn, really? Ooh, food. Thank you. Jason, you might have just saved my ass. Huh. Let's go ahead and bring like 20 of these. Actually, no. We're going on the cat. We did not need that much. Let's bring like 6. Alright. Good for now. Sweet. So a bunch of potassium we're collecting from 4 different places to run back to Ruin Station. And then we'll zip back to Nyx Gateway to grab the whole C. To get a couple more of those contracts in. Alright. Let's pull this back up. And thanks for all the follows, guys. Uther, Ropes, Wolfrain, Gronin, and Christopher. Jami, appreciate all you guys. Thank you. All right. Let's do it. That's kind of my normal way to get up to the cockpit rather than going around engineering and such. I will admit, I am a little bit more nervous now about doing...
Exit approved. Safe travels.
Or about kind of like living in the ship with the 30Ks being a thing again. That is not giving me a warm and fuzzy by any means. Set our parking brake ahead of time. There we go.
Launch complete.
I've only had one 30K crash today myself.
Landing gear up.
But that first server I was on was a little wonky. I ended up losing my whole C because my dumbass didn't store the ship after I had docked. So take it from me, guys. Make sure you store your ship. All right. Let's see about which place to hit first. We're kind of in the southern galactic plane, or solar plane right now, so we probably should just go hit endgame first, since it's the one that's furthest out of the way, and then we'll come back through. We'll probably go endgame, and then hit checkmate, orbit, Dudley, and then up to Ruin Station. Endgame's the only one that's really out of the way right now.
Shield system offline.
Should be the only one we're allowed to jump to. Double check once we get moving. And let me know, Roughneck and Barrack, if you have the mission or not. That way we make sure you get credit for it when it gets turned in. Go figure, as I want to help you guys rep share the whole C shenanigans happens. That's kind of par for the course. You know, that's Murphy. We have a special relationship. It is what it is. Yo, Melo, how's it going? I found it quicker to open the loading door closest to the command module. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Just hop in there, right into Bay 1, and then up into the ship. I've done that pretty often, actually. I had 4 30Ks so far today. Holy shit. Instant every time I try to dock the whole C for fuel. That is wild. Alright, glad to hear you guys got the mission at least. Good, good. So we'll see how long this takes. You know, we're at about the hour and 52-minute mark on the stream. We'll see, we're running the cat on an experienced mission in Pyro, so this is kind of a fun way to see what this mission is like. It's a decent payout. It's almost 400K. 389K. Not a whole lot of cargo. All going to the same place, which is nice. Ruin Station in Pyro is basically the Everest Harbor of Pyro system. It's like the hauling hub, it seems to be. Of course, being like the furthest out. It looks like I'm heading to the same place as Roughneck right now. It's cool watching them quantum in. Or no, they're just passing by. That's awesome. Bye-bye. Just crossing paths. Hang on, let's see if we can pull up the map and see them heading around. I think this is them right here. Yep. Oh, okay, they're heading down to Pyro 5. Probably Gaslight area. As we head across to Endgame. Lesson learned, do not top up the fuel in your whole C. Yeah, I guess not. Well, I had no problem refueling mine in Pyro. As you guys saw a couple of times. Refuel and repair is what I was about to say. My gosh. Refuel and repair. My issue, we all know, I forgot to click the store button, which was just major amateur mistake. Look left, I'm going to endgame. Oh yeah? I see you coming on screen. You're gonna beat me there? You know, actually, I don't know what ships you guys are running, but I guess if you had the cargo, you could grab this cargo and run it to Ruin. You don't need to, by any means. I'm totally happy running to all the stations and grabbing it. But if you guys are... I probably should have asked that. If you guys are actually doing these missions or this one with me, or if you're doing your own, I still recommend also like doing your own, whatever you're doing, because you're also getting your own rep on top of the rep share. It'll definitely grind you there faster to the experience level. Just been doing runs to Sakura, Great Cat, etc., doing small drops and grabbing loot. Best I found so far is military grade B shield. Yeah, the grade Bs pop up quite a bit. What's up, Katana Blue? Random question: is the Reclaimer still worth purchasing and paying or playing in 4.5? So I have actually really enjoyed using the Reclaimer lately. I bought one in game with all the extra money that's flying around everywhere, and I've had a lot of fun with it. It's big, it's clunky, but man, does it have personality, and it's a lot of fun to sort of treasure hunt for player ships that have good components while also being able to scrape and munch them down. It's a playstyle that very much is fitting to me. I would love to hear some echoes in the chat what you guys think. Any of you who have run the Reclaimer or play with it, what you think in your own regard. And Katana, what's your experience level with like salvaging gameplay in this? Are you used to running bigger ships, or are you more of like a medium ship player? Fully endorse the Reclaimer. Yeah, Obsidian runs it probably more than anybody I know. I didn't expect to love it or fall in love with it as much as I did. I genuinely just enjoy living in that ship. It's so much fun. The Reclaimer spooks me to operate solo. I just creepy vibe. It does carry this like aura with it, right? It feels intimidating, huge, but when you've run it a little while, I don't know, for me it just, I fell in love with it. It grew on me. It feels like a ship that I could actually live in. The Reclaimer, that's what we're chatting about right now. It's just a really badass ship, and it's definitely the largest ship I've soloed. I just kind of picked it up to, you know, check it out and get a bit more familiar with it since all that extra money was moving around. And yeah, I can recommend it 100%. It's more fun with extra players or people with you, but right now, operating capital or subcap ships is a little tough without you having a bunch of problems. Alright, so endgame does not have an external freight elevator, so we are going to need to grab a hangar for this. And coming to some of these stations is so intimidating because it's just pitch black, man. You can't see a damn thing. Alright, I think we're on the bottom side of the station, though. We need to come around to the top. Oh, no, we're not. There it is right there. Redirecting our velocity vector.
Landing gear down.
Love me some mining and salvage. Yeah, totally. The industrial gameplay in STAR-CITIZEN absolutely has my heart. Let's see. That's why I'm also really excited for ships like the Arastra and such. Alright, just watching where that proximity indicator flashing to let us know that we're within the barrier here. We're going to go ahead and cancel our downward velocity a bit and rotate for easier onloading. And we are a little bit too far to the right. There we go.
Arrival complete. Welcome.
Let's grab what we can. It's got an Asgard, did some transports with this morning, making 300k, doing one cycle between 18 and my genie port in an hour. It was real money real quick. Hell yeah. Asgard's a great ship. It gets a lot of love from folks. Right. So I don't see what cargo is coming off from this station, but it should be really easy. It's just right here next to the terminal. How about the Expanse? Been waiting for that. Expanse, that's the refinery vessel, right? There we go. Been rocking the same yellow work armor. Yeah, this is definitely not my normal armor set. But since my whole C got eaten, it's all I got. So that's what I'm running with. Alright. So I'll kind of throw these over towards Haz without hitting him is the goal. Don't want to knock him out or anything. Go. We were making the comment on one of the previous live streams that oh shit. That cargo loading is wildly faster even with just like one extra helping hand. It's hilarious. In some ways, using these internal elevators in Pyro is probably better just to just because of the fact that you're inside safe, you're not outside exposed to potentially hostile players. Granted, we're in a slightly lower pop server, so not quite as many nefarious actors as you might expect to be out here. He's doing his thing, so I don't want to get in the way. So to touch some of these, if you don't know, you just hop on the door, which, okay, he's got it, cool. If it's being weird, you just have to hop onto the cat door, and then you should be able to interact with whatever boxes. Oh, shit. He got the OLISAR, hello. Got a little knocked out there. Alright, here, you do this. And move that one there. Let's rotate that back that way. That there we go. Move this up. And right on. And we can stack this right on top. Figure out why it's backwards. Why are you being stubborn, Potassium? Come on. There it goes. Alright. That should be everything. Bring it on up. You have committed attempted murder of Haz. Crime stat rating increased. No. I think he hit himself. I don't think that was me. Alright, cool. Looking good. Doors closing up, so we can move on to the next one. So I think we're going to hit Checkmate next, then Obituary, and then Dudley back to Ruin. Right.
You're cleared to leave.
Sure that everything is where I want it to be power-wise. Looks good.
Launch complete. Landing gear up.
There we go. Haz is protected by crime stat rules. It's in the OLISAR terms of service. There we go. I've only unloaded them from the event a couple of months ago. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, Cat can be a little finicky. She can be a little weird to get used to. Oh, make sure we close that door. When we get to the next place, what I'll probably do is reset our doors. Because if we open all or close all separately from using them manually, it can cause them to get all jacked up, which is frustrating. Alright. Next should be Checkmate. Yeah, there we go. This one's got an external freight elevator, which is nice. There it is. These distances are wild, man.
Quantum drive is now on.
Alan, Emerald, Banana, thank you guys for the follows on YouTube and Twitch. Appreciate you. The new Klesher's manually loading the whole E with one SCU boxes. That sounds like its own special kind of treatment in hell. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be wild. You guys think that they're, you know, finalized in their decisions on the SCU quantities for the D&E at like 7 and 12K? I'm hoping personally that they get doubled. I think doubled is probably good. I wouldn't go much more than that. Mapped my Excel to my left joystick, POV stick, so now I can simply decel to 0 or set any speed without launching thrust or touching thrust. Nice, there you go. Controlling like your speed limiter or your acceleration limiter. That sounds super useful. How about I throw the boxes your way and you pack them? You're more used to its quirks. Yeah, that sounds good, Hazard. I am down. You're an acceleration limiter. Damn, that's harsh, bro. Do you think the whole B is too low? Seems like such a big jump from 380 to SU or so to the 4K. Yeah, so Brandon, I've thought that for a while, that there is a big disparity between our medium haulers that I call them now, which, I mean, honestly, yeah, the C2 and the Caterpillar and such, I consider them medium freight. I don't consider them large freight anymore, because I think large is getting into like our Ironclads and whole Cs, and then super heavies being the D and E and stuff. I think the whole B, though, fits into a very competitive niche. The whole B and the Ryzen are going to compete very strongly with the Cat and the C2. So I think that they're in a good category. I do, however, wish we had more ships that could rival the whole C. I like that the Ironclad gets about halfway there, which is crazy to say, because the Ironclad's going to be massive with over 2,200 SU of storage, and that's still less than half of what the whole C can carry. So I wish there was some kind of a step up between our mediums like the Cats and the whole Bs to something like a whole C. I guess one probably could argue that the B would be maybe a bit more cargo closer to the whole C, but I think it's actually, again, going to be in a pretty good niche. It's going to be in a pretty good competitive zone with the ships of its class. The website maybe not updated yet, because it's been confirmed that the Ironclad Freight's going to be, I think, 2204, and the Ironclad Assault is going to be up to, I think, like 1400 or so. It's going to be pretty high. Or maybe you're looking at, I think 1536 was the original freight size. Whole B is 512 on the site. Yeah, the whole B and the Ryzen are 5 and 600, right? I think the Ryzen is in the 6s. Yeah. Oh, no. The Ironclad definitely has its benefits, for sure. Like, I plan to use it as like a mobile base. I'm really excited to be able to throw in like a Salvation, a Golem in there. Maybe a little light fighter, too. So the Ironclad's capabilities will go far beyond just its cargo carrying. But I am really glad that they beefed its capacity up quite a bit. And yeah, I've already got the Ironclad ordered. I am stoked for that. We're actually in the Caterpillar loaner that comes from buying the Ironclad. I have the freight. I'm more interested in the freight than the assault. We do have some people in our org that's got the assault on order, so it'd be cool to see how they compare. Because the assault also got a nice, comfortable cargo carrying boost. Basically, what the devs did is they realized they had some weird sort of empty space inside the ship near the catwalks and ladders, so they just kind of like reorganized stuff, which really opened up empty space to be added to the cargo carrying. So they figured, we'll just update it to carry more instead of trying to fill that space with something else. Okay, let's see. Where is the cargo section? There it is. It's over to the starboard side. So Checkmate is one of the main home stations that you can actually live at in Pyro, and it, of course, has the external freight elevators, which we're going to take advantage of now. Looks like we got a whole C here. Alright, let's go ahead and rotate around. We're going to utilize this elevator down here. Oh, shit. Okay. It's coming a little too hot there, guys. Alright, that'll buff out. I thought our decel was going to come in a lot faster there, but no, that was Gave the station a little love tap. Alright. I don't usually fly quite that sloppily. It's been a rough day, man. Alright, let's hit that parking brake. We should be pretty well positioned. Yeah. So, another thing about hauling in Pyro, my friends, well, for one, it's always good to make sure you got your shields up, but two, make sure you touch the terminals that you need to interact with before you actually load any cargo onto the elevators to submit them. Not as much of a concern when you're pulling cargo out, but definitely want to make sure you do that when you're trying to load up. Actually, yeah, let's go to module 2. It makes more sense. You can't park there. She's a fat cat, yeah. No, we can, we're good where we're at. We'll be fine right here. This is actually where you want to be for onloading. This is exactly where you want to put your ships, and you won't get pulled. And there we go, looking good. I should actually be able to reach this from in here, so we'll do that. I'm gonna pull from the top, throw it right in here, and I might actually see. Yeah, we got a 2 down here, so I'm gonna grab that 2. Throw it in behind the boxes first. So move that. There we go. There we are. Gotta tuck it in out of the way. And then we'll do this. Top it off first. Whoop. I pulled that in a little too fast. There we go. It's up. Whoop. Nope. Up to the roof. There we are. Perfect. That one over here for now. Okay, let me help out. That way we can push that to the side. Also want to make sure I just don't bump into hazard. There we go. I think on Friday I'm going to be a menace to Pyro Cargo. Oh shit. The Chaos guy strikes again. Very good. Alright, we'll throw this one right on top. And that's all she wrote. Good stuff. Go ahead and hit this. I noticed yesterday Levski has external freight elevators up top by the pads as well. Yeah, you actually on the, you mean the ones on the pads, Whiskey Pete? Where the landing pads are? Because I think that's an awesome change that I hope comes to all of the landing pads that you can access. Because on all the external pads, there is like a cargo freight elevator that's like just blocked off or has debris in front of it, or you just can't access it. So I hope that becomes a standard thing that we can all access. But alright, we are loaded and ready to move on to the next one. We're going to go ahead and get moving up to about 500 meters a second or so. I like to do that at least 300-400 away, so that way it's harder to chase us down. Looks like I got like a chill effect on my armor, which is kind of cool. It's super inconsistent how that happens. Alright, Obituary should be our next stop. Kind of feels cool getting more acquainted with doing this out of Pyro. Oh, here we go. Yeah, not far at all from Bloom. Oh, sorry, Hazard, if I just threw you on your butt. My bad. Yeah, on the pads. Okay. Whenever I decide to wake up and start functioning for the day, not being just my days off, I don't want to operate on a timetable. There you go. Ironclad 2024 Assault. Or, sorry, Ironclad 2004 and Assault 1440. So, yeah, even the Assault's going to have a nice chunky amount of cargo. That's awesome. I've been doing missions lately, but Everest Harbor had been breaking on me for unloading even if I do one mission. Damn. Have you tried using the external freight elevators as a backup to load or offload, or are you even using the whole sea? Let me know, because I don't want to make too many assumptions. And yeah, it is time to do a little hydration here. So let me go ahead and pop this helmet off real quick. Whole sea, okay. So what exactly is breaking, if you can let me know? Is it not registering that you're still? Is something funny happening with the cargo and the auto-load grid? Give me a little bit more detail. I feel stupid when I think about being able to use my aux at Bajini Point and make 300k one way to Area 18. Stupid or like super smart? Because that sounds badass. Wanted to see if I could repair the love tap, but don't know what I'm doing. Oh no, you're fine. This ship is kind of tough to repair just because it's not as physicalized as other ships are. I didn't notice that we really had any physical damage. I need to maybe check my terminal and see if there is any. Let's see. Wait, here we go. Yeah, all of our components are showing 100 across the board, so I think we're okay. Yeah, where did we take the hit? Was it the wing or the starboard engine? Because that we'll be able to see outside. Maybe we can do a little once-over outside the ship. Because there might be a part that's like at 90% integrity instead of 100. So that's totally fine. Stupid for buying large cargo ships. Oh! Yeah, the Golem Ox definitely has its use. I mean, station to planet-side stuff is pretty lucrative, man. It might be a great way to grind that rep back up to getting things like the Hull C and stuff in the future. It's the very front, a bit black on the hologram. Okay, I got you. So we tapped the bow. All right. Yeah, we'll see. I've got my cambio canisters and all on me, so easy day. We're coming up to the external cargo grid now. That is a Hull C right there doing its thing. May or may not be abandoned. It's hard to say. Alright. Shields up. Preparing to pull up next to the freight elevator. No love taps this time. Come up a bit. About right here. Forward some. That should be pretty good right there. Let's judge our parking. Damn, look at that. What's up? Let's go. All right. I do agree, Sean. They need to make some competition is what I would call it for the Hull C. I would love to see that. All right. Let's throw our SRT on here. We'll throw a couple of these on. Let's see. So this is currently empty. Let me go ahead and reload it. There we go. We're full. One day a Hull C will be fully crewed by pirates, and when they come at you, they'll tell nobody. They'll yell, "Nobody expects a Spanish Inquisition." That's hilarious. I was actually thinking earlier about using the Hull C for like treasure hunting on ships, like going out and trying to find ships' components and stuff. Because you can stash the components on the spindles of the Hull C. Probably really risky as well. So this must be the one that only has 15 SEU of cargo. So we got 8 and 4 is 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so super low cargo count. This will be really fast. Wow, okay. Tractor beam decided to spit it back out the second I started to pull it in. Alright, so we can throw these. Well, that doesn't really matter actually, because there's just all this room. Put that right on top. And I am going to take a peek at the ship here. Yeah, part integrity is 99%, so we're chilling. 100%, 100%. Let's see, 100%. Whoa. Oh shit, forgot that I have gravity on the bow. Yeah, I think the ship's fine. This one just doesn't have any readings. Some of the ship doesn't register properly. But yeah, I think we're fine. Oh, here we go. So I think we just got to pick up from Dudley, and then we can take everything to Ruin. Araxius, oh my gosh, thank you so much, my friend, for the gift subs. Everyone, sure to thank you to Araxius that was included in that gift sub spree. You are awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. Door? Open says me? Thank you. Forgot gravity on the bow. Forgot when someone stowed away there and stole your shit. Yeah, yep. I remember that as I was standing there saying that. I was like, yeah, this brings back memories of the guy who stole, like, a couple of party favors from a Ling family contract and was so happy about it. Alright, I tried uncoupled last Friday, lost one engine and got fire. I need to do some learning first. There you go, Barrick. Yeah, it takes a little learning. Are you keyboard and mouse, or are you flying on sticks? Because I definitely have done keyboard and mouse decoupled flight as well, just from being used to decoupled flight, but flying on the sticks definitely makes it more friendly, or user-friendly, than doing it with KBM. Alright, Dudley, here we come. Using 2 sticks. Okay, yeah, then it's just a matter of getting used to it. You'll get it. One of the things that you really just want to get used to is knowing where that velocity indicator is, always putting it away from solid objects, and if you haven't, taking off the fade option. I always have my velocity indicator visible, even if it's right in front of my ship, so I never have any question about what direction I'm moving. The rest just comes with experience.
Quantum drive is now on.
I get the same issue. Unfortunately, speed limiter trick doesn't fix it. I usually try moving around inside the box, sometimes leaving and then calling a new one. Can typically get it to work eventually. So let me scroll up real quick and see what's being discussed here. So I've been doing missions lately, Everest Harbor. Oh yeah, that was the rest of what we were just talking about. So I'll be fully stopped because I do your speed limiter and it just constantly keeps saying that the ship is not stopped. I also get out of the seat and it still doesn't do it. Really? It's not very common for it to be that broken. Angry Frog, do you know if those are happening on really busy servers or not? That's kind of the first tip I always give, is try if you can to get into a lower pop server if possible. Everest Harbor tends to be the one with the most issues, and then Seraphim Station kind of follows behind it. I'm having the issue at Everest Harbor right now, in fact. Can't get it to work on the same server as Captain Deadawake. Oh, man. Most of the time I try to get the low pop server. I can take the lowest I had was like 300, which 300 is not bad. Yeah, that's a decently low server. It's not overstressed, which is the main point. And so wiggling the stick around to see if you stop, the speed limiter trick, as well as doing a seat check, aren't working. The other tip, just in case, I just want to cross everything off my list. Are you making sure you call your box furthest away from the main part of the station, like the furthest box you can away? Definitely make sure you try to do that too. If all of that isn't working, Blue Soul already kind of hit the nail on the head with going out and having it revoked and then calling a new one. I have not had it be that much of a problem for me yet. I try to, but it still puts me in like the middle sometimes, and it's only on Everest. Yeah, sick. That's one of the reasons that I try to make sure that when I'm doing my reverse entry that I'm like pretty much out of the station at the farthest point before I do call a box. But if you are and it's still putting you on a middle one, then things are kind of broken pretty bad at that station. I need to do some more testing on Everest to see if I can figure out any workarounds, but that's pretty much checking everything off the list. At that point, yeah, using the external freight elevator might just be the only way you can do it. I think I noticed that the speed limiter doesn't stop pitch and yaw. Yeah, you're right. Yep. It just prevents your ship from thrusting, but you can roll, pitch, and maneuver. But typically, the angle of attack or your pitch yaw stuff doesn't really get in the way of loading as much. Yeah, I passed the station and got to go back in and to get comms and hit it again. It still puts me in the middle. Weird. Really, really, really weird. I need to mess around with Ever some more to see if I can replicate the issue. Because, yeah, it being that broken hasn't been a problem for me since a lot of my testing, I want to say in 4.3. Everest Harbor's always been, like, if you were going to have a problem, it would be at Everest Harbor. And Sarah from Station seems to want to compete with that. If we get on later, I'll make sure I try to record it and see if it happens again. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I would love to be able to see it. That would be super helpful. Because then I can better try to replicate the issue and see if there's any patterns that I can discern. It might just be the case that it's just kind of screwed. Which isn't something anybody ever wants to hear, right? That's not fun. Maybe take note to... Well, actually, I think, Blue, you're saying you're having the same problem as me on the server we're on, right? I think we're on US shard 160. So I'm making sure my velocity indicator is not going anywhere to where it'll hit stuff. And then I can do a check. Whoop, nope, that takes away the information. Let's give it. Yeah, we're on US 160 with 255 people right now. So this is a pretty ideal server, honestly. Alright. Go ahead and hit this. So Dudley is also a station that does not have a cargo center, so we're going to have to grab an external elevator. Or not an external, sorry, an internal hangar. There we go. And I think that's on top. It should be right in front of us. Yeah, it's opening. Cool. This hasn't been too bad. Yeah, and again, I know I said it before, but again, big thanks to the support I'm seeing on Twitch, guys. Like, I feel incredibly humbled that Exit and Devious, or Deviant Devious, sorry if I get that wrong, and Araxius, or Araxius, sorry, I want to make sure I say that right. It's a cool username. All the gift subs, all the support for the channel is massively appreciated, guys. Thank you. I will continue to do my best to be helpful and fun on the industrial side of Star Citizen. There we go. That's one thing with the Caterpillar that I do that I don't know if you guys caught on to. Those front structures that poke out of the cat, those are like proximity sensors, and they're blinking. So when you get real close to the nose to something, you can see the reflection of the light, which really shows you where your bow is, so you can maybe have an easier time parking your ship. Especially these larger vessels. So that's how I'll kind of come in nose first, up close to the front, and then I flatten out, and then I come down when I'm landing. And usually doing that, I can avoid going into third person for stuff. The Pyro elevator or hangars, I'm not as used to doing my canted landing. Oh, say like I just bumped into the back part of it. I'm a lot more used to doing it in Stanton, positioning myself. And the whole reason I do this is to put the cargo closer to that elevator for ease of use. Let me go ahead and refuel while we're here. There we go. Okay, maybe I'm not on the same server. I thought I had joined on you, but maybe not. You might have joined on me earlier. I was on a shitty server earlier, and then we hopped to try to have some better luck with doing some missions. So you might be on the original Asia Pacific Southeast server I was on. I think that's an Australian server. And it seemed to be functioning pretty well when I first got in, but then it seemed to start breaking on us. Do the same maneuver in a Carrack, as it's easier to judge once you place its nose. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Oh, shit. These are... Yeah, we're going to have to reset the doors. They're currently broken. Hang on. Let me open all, and then we'll get the doors reset. So this is the way to fix broken Caterpillar doors. If you interact with the doors on the close all button, it will cause the buttons to go out of sync. So I need to actually hit open all and then manually close to fix it. I didn't realize that you could fix these doors for the longest time. All right, we're going to go ahead and open all. And then what I'm going to do is run down and close everything we don't need, or maybe Hazard can do the same. And that will actually repair the buttons to where they function properly, or it puts them back in proper functional alignment with the ship versus the front two being out of align because of how I was messing with it. So I'm going to go ahead and tap that to close. Same here. Just going to make sure I have all these reset. Love your vids. Everyone shows pew pew, but almost nobody breaks down hauling like this. Jack Axton's the only other hauler I watch. I'm happy to hear that. I'm glad to see that so many people are interested in the industrial gameplay and the hauling side, the salvage and mining, because I enjoy the hell out of it. It's a great time. It's definitely my first love of this game. Don't get me wrong, I've said before that I do enjoy getting into some pew pew, you know, whether it's FPS or ship related, but the industrial gameplay is where it's at for me. Alright. Let's get this in here. That over. As long as it grids too, when you're putting stuff in the cat, you can function pretty well with it without needing to get on the door or mess around. It's just if you drop it and it doesn't grid, that it becomes untouchable until you either get inside or touch the caterpillar's door. The little tricks you learn operating this beast. The cat also, man, it really shines with just even one extra crewmate. Just having a two-person team makes caterpillar life feel really fast, really easy. No complaints. Alright, I think that should be the last of the boxes, right? I'm going to go ahead and send this up and jump on this one. So now all the elevator doors should function just fine. Actually, I'm going to come back here and take this elevator up, just so I don't have to close it from the ship. Which actually should have been okay, because I didn't really interact with it in a way that would set it off. But you're good, Haz, if you want to send that up. I am old, space trucking is relaxing. Hell yeah. I enjoy the hell out of it myself. Whether I'm throwing freight or running the whole sea with the auto load function, it's all a good time. This ship right here, I've said it a couple of times, that this was my first hauling love when I first joined Star Citizen back in the end of 2019, the start of 2020. I was at Port OLISAR in my little Aurora MR, and I see a caterpillar come in to touch down at one of the large pads, and I was like jaw drooped open, like, what is that?
You are clear.
That was so dope. And the first time I hopped on my buddy's Carrack, I almost crapped myself too. That thing just felt so massive.
Landing gear.
Yeah, for sure. So here's the exterior look at the Caterpillar with the Best in Show livery. We'll get a good look at her once we're out of this cargo bay as well. Is the whole sea better? So, better in the sense of making money? Yeah, it carries way more cargo. It's super easy to run. Definitely a different vibe. Well, you can't, yeah, I mean, you can compare any ship you want, but as far as categories, you can't really compare the whole sea to pretty much anything right now that's in game. It's just such a departure in cargo quantity from everything else. Now, the Caterpillar can definitely handle its own better in a fight. It's got the 2-manned turrets that are size 4s, as well as the 4 pilot guns and the 3 parapet shields. Like, this thing is a beast. Far more maneuverable than the whole sea is. But this would be more readily compared to a C2, to the upcoming Hull B, the Ryland. Some people might compare it to like a Starlancer, but Starlancer's kind of low. It's more of the Gemini equivalent, with closer to 300 SU of cargo. Are you loaded with goods right now? Yeah, sure am. We are packed full of all the mission goods. I mean, it's potassium, so it's not like high value goods, but it is for this experience contract. So we're about to finally finish this. We're going to go drop it off at Terminus at Ruin Station, and then we're going to head back to Nick's Gateway to grab the Hull C and do a couple of missions out of there. Hull C, I just turn off power to all guns and bump up shields. There you go. Yep. I actually ended up putting the size 10 broadsword ballistic cannons on my Hull C for the man turrets, and then I just have attritions on my pilot guns. I never have any issue with having enough power to go to shields if I need it. How much will you make? So on this mission, just under 400k. I'll show you. The contract we're working on is the experience hauler needed for medium shipment. So we had to pick up potassium from Orbit, Endgame, Dudley, and Checkmate, all going to Ruin Station. So that's what we're doing now. On the whole sea side, I don't know if we can actually see the missions yet. Maybe. The 266k missions, which are not showing up right now, which is kind of funny. Probably because of just where we are. Maybe when we get over to Ruin, they'll pop up. But they're the much larger quantity missions for the whole sea. But they, per mission, are still like 400 to 500 SEU of cargo. So, man, if I had that available at Nick's, I probably would have just ran one of those. Because you're able to fit that in the cat. You can't grid 32s, but you can still put two 32s in each bay comfortably. And then a 24 on top. That's the same thing I got from mine. I got a TS2 and two JS500s. Hot damn, Angry Frog. Hell yeah. I got a TS2 on my whole C, but I don't have the JS500s. We're rocking... oh my gosh, brain fart. Durangos. Jeez, I completely forgot what the power plant was for a second. Good old Durangos. Seymour, what's up? Speaking of the cat, discover the difference between the pirate and normal. Aside from just the skin, am I about to learn more about the caterpillar? What you got, Seymour? You think they'll make the cat bigger? No, but I think we're... Well, you know, I don't want to just say straight up no, because eventually it's supposed to get its modularity. So these sections are supposed to be able to be customizable, and this command module is supposed to be able to detach. That's why it has its own little two engines there. So it's almost like STAR-CYWL-VFXK version, that's a real beautiful shot, jeez, of an 18-wheeler, of like having your cab separate from your trailer kind of a thing, which the Ironclad is supposed to be a similar setup. To me, the Ironclad is the evolved Caterpillar, personally. I don't honestly see myself using the Cat anywhere near as much once the Ironclad's out. In fact, aside from the whole sea, I don't really see myself using many ships once the Ironclad's out. I don't know, we'll see, we'll see. I've got 4 full block shields in my whole sea. There you go. Hell yeah. The back of the module, go down the ladder. There's a gun rack on the pirate. Oh, there's a gun rack on the regular one too. Yeah. We got another 15 gigs. I'll show you. So over here, right down the ladder. It's right here. So this is this the one you're talking about? It's quite a few too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frickin' weapons that you can stash there. It should be the same on both ships. I think genuinely the only difference between the pirate and the standard is the skin. There's a bigger one, I think. You might be right. You might be right. We'll have to check. I do have the pirate, just not in Pyro right now because it still has the 630 SEU of iron I put on it for that one test. So I need to deal with that at some point. Take it out, blow it up or something. I don't know yet. The Carrack is basically the same class as the Cat once you consider the modules they should get. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Kobas, lovely show as always, Cap. Shame I won't see it till the end. Good luck with the stream. See you next time. Alright, man. I am sorry. I probably missed you leaving. Thank you for tuning in, my friend. It's always great to have you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Easy to get them from the warehouses and Nick's. Yeah, I need to take the time to actually finish doing that stuff. Alright, we are at Terminus. Let's go ahead and pop to this OM real quick and then over to Ruin to finish this mission off. And then go get the Maggie C back. Terminus, by the way, guys, Pyro 6 here is a fantastic place for mining. You got the ring system around the planet, as well as the planet itself right down below. It's a really cool spot to do that. Of course, when mining, it's always good to get your distance from any main quantum beacon that you can jump to just to avoid other players. I like to put at least 100 kilometers between me and a place that you can quantum to. I'm always thinking about preventative methods to avoid getting into a skirmish. Because Pyro is the place for it. Alright, I'm going to put this velocity indicator, which is this little thing on my screen here that's moving. I'm kind of wiggling it up and down, if you guys can see that just underneath the deliver shipment. That's the thing I always position in a way that will not hit stuff while I'm decoupled flying, so I don't have to worry about really where we're going. And now I'm going to scan to try to find the cargo area. It'll be a little easier once we, I think, get above the vantage point of the station. Because one of them is the refinery. That's the refinery, so cargo should be the opposite side. So once we clear this, we will just redirect our direction here. Should be right there. Yep. Alright.
Shield system online.
Let's go ahead and throw our shields up. Also, when I'm braking like this, I'm holding down space brake, which prevents your vector from changing. So you're still pointing the same direction you were pointing while you slow down. I'm not actually giving myself any change to my positioning other than hitting space brake. If I'm coming in at an angle that's weird. Oh my gosh, carbon everywhere. Just gonna dodge some of this as we come down. Might have a server error incoming. Alright, thanks for the heads up. Now those are some lights. Let's go. Okay. Right, and now all of this can just be thrown right out onto this elevator to finish up. And we should be in pretty good position. Right about there. Let's hold down. Man, I'm getting used to this. Hell yeah. Alright. Shields are up. Let's go. Hey, Captain, love the channel. I'm grinding for a C2. Is it worth spending the money to buy a Caterpillar in the interim? Actually, no. No. If you really want to grind for the C2, I would stick with a Raft or a Taurus that you can rent and just grind it out, honestly, as far as being efficient. I love the Cat. I think it's a lot of fun. If you want the ship because you like the ship and want to haul with it, totally go for it. Otherwise, nah, just stick to the grind using the Raft or a Taurus, and you'll get to your C2 faster that way, in my opinion. Alright, let's throw this. Oof. I want to throw that too hard. It almost knocked it right into the station. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me go touch the terminal. I'm not sure if Has did. I'm going to actually pull this stuff off. Oh, you did. Okay, sweet. Never mind. He is already on it. So good stuff. Yeah, there's a chance if you don't touch the terminal first, it can eat your cargo. At least in Pyro. I haven't seen that problem in Stanton. Granted, I haven't done as much of this kind of hauling in Stanton. But yeah, not fun if your cargo disappears on you. Alright. I'm going to speed through this before I really engage with the chat, just because, you know, it's dangerous. We are exposed. So I will get back to chatting with y'all as soon as we're done throwing all this out of the ship. I do love these external freight elevators for how fast you can work with the Caterpillar too, because it's so nice. Even the C2, just pull up, open its mouth, and throw the cargo right onto the grid. I know for some reason some folks don't have a good taste in their mouth when it comes to the external freight elevators, but personally, I love it. Throw this up here with the other 4. I know it's driving some folks crazy the way I was offloading the other day, so I'm trying to be a little bit more organized, you know, for the sake of everyone's sanity. Oh. Hopefully that is a friendly from the live stream hanging out, because... Okay. If not, we could be in some shit. Go. Whoop. Come on. Grid up. There we go. Alright. Sweet. Has is closing up the shields. Or ship. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and drop this. Hopefully we're just green across the board and we can move on. Perfect. I love it. Green across the board. Beautiful. So that took a hot minute. You know, going to 4 different stations before we did our final drop here was a bit of work. Oh, my bad. All right. Yeah, there you go, Angry Frog. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's kind of my mindset, is not going too crazy with how fancy everything is stacked, because we're just trying to get the hell out of Dodge. It's a little sketchy out here. All right. Now, once we get moving back to Nick's Gateway, I will catch up on the chat. All right. I'm gonna full burn away, get some speed. So basically it forces whoever wants to pursue to go into nav mode to catch us. And now we'll set course for Nyx. You want to, as little as possible, make yourself a sitting duck. Alright. Here we go. What's up, Dead Tree? How you doing, man? No worries. Just dealing with some Star Citizen shenanigans as we head back to get the whole C and knock out some experience missions. I want to be able to get some decent rep sharing with these guys, because I messed up earlier and didn't store my ship when I hopped servers, and it put my whole C into an unknown state. Lovely. But we're just finished up a mission, and now we're heading back to grab it. Alright, let's see. You fly super good. It's like art. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Aside from my little love tap at the station earlier, it's usually pretty smooth. Comes with a lot of experience, and these VKB sticks are amazing. I mean, if anybody is in the market for some flight sticks that aren't going to totally break the budget, but they're reliable, they've lasted me a year with as much as I play, the VKBs are badass. Highly recommend. I'm running the NXT Evo Omni for my left, so it's kind of like throttle style, and I've got the regular stick on the right. All of my equipment is in the description as well, if you want to see it more directly. Anyone else have a bug where you can't quantum jump to your ships in space? Mothership mining is impossible for me. So, Priston, yeah, I need to do an update video on that. I'm glad you said that. I've been chatting with some people in my org that after server errors and any other kind of little weirdness, that the quantum beacon for the mothership is disappearing, which sucks. That hadn't happened to me in 4.4 really, or at the start of 4.5, but I think that is a problem that people are going to have to keep in mind, is stay close to your ship. Don't quantum away. Definitely mothership mining or salvage might be a bit risky right now. Tango, what's up? Tango Juliet 91, I like that. Hey, Captain Love, the channel. I'm grinding for a C2. Is it worth? Oh, I read your comment. Sorry, I'm getting caught up. Sorry, I saw that. I'm happy to help. What about pirates? Can't you haul without having to tractor beam everything? So some ships have onboard tractor beams that are really good. Like the Nomad, the Golem, the Cat, and the Hull C tractor beams are a little rough. But as far as, oh, can you just transfer stuff? So no, there isn't really a way to just kind of like make the cargo magically transfer. You can, when you're doing commodities trading, I suppose, you can send it to your ship. You just have to wait, I think. I've not done this on a ship other than the Hull C, so please correct me, guys, in the comments or in the chat if I'm wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure when you're doing commodity trading, like in a Caterpillar, for example, you can select the Cat and choose to have it auto-loaded to your Caterpillar. I think you just have to wait a little bit of time, and it might cost a little bit of a fee, so you don't actually have to manually move the cargo. We're doing contracted missions right now, which requires you to actually move the cargo. If you have a Hull C and it's working well, the auto-load function will make it to where you don't have to worry about moving that cargo, but sometimes it acts up, and it's always good to be ready to throw some freight if you need to. Have a tractor rifle on you or a multi-tool or something to make sure. Angry Frog, yeah, it's actually tell you in the ASOP that it's being loaded in the timer. Okay, cool, yeah. Awesome, all right, glad I got that right. You make the purchase and choose the loading, and it does take time, usually a minute or so. So it doesn't take long, that sounds like. That's pretty good. You, and yeah, Mal, unfortunately, no, you can't rent the Hull C. You can rent the Hull A, which is a fun little ship. As far as the better mining or cargo ships that you can rent, it really doesn't get any better than the Raft. The Raft is like the best small to medium class ship that you can rent for cargo. The Taurus is really good, but I do think the Raft is just a little bit faster, a little bit easier to use. What's up, Papa Man? Hello, sir. I want to try to get the mole. I have a cat and a prospector. Which is better for money grind? Honestly, right now, hauling is kind of the best way across the board to money grind, frankly. Just getting through the rep and getting the higher tier missions in Stanton or even Pyro. Pyro's a little bit more risky, but, you know, as long as you're getting to stations where you can get inside, it's pretty good. Interstellar hauling actually pays out really well. Dead Saints pays out really well, too. But some of your missions take you into Grim Hex. So, again, weighing that sort of risk-reward, right? As far as how much you're willing to potentially take on in the case of Pirates that was mentioned earlier. And yeah, 192 on the Raft. The Raft can hold 632s in its grid. And it's got that badass remote tractor turret that you can operate from the engineering station. It's awesome. Yeah, as far as pure cargo, the Raft does beat the Taurus. The Taurus is a really good all-arounder with cargo capacity, having a ship's tractor beam, massive weapon damage, missile count, good fuel. So the Taurus kicks the Raft's ass in fuel capacity. If you're going to do a lot of hauling in Pyro, I would say Taurus, because you've got like 4 or 5 SU of quantum fuel where the Raft doesn't even have 2. So that's one part of the equation. I think the Taurus also has quite a bit more armor in the defensive category, but the Raft can take a hit, dude. The Raft can take a lot of hits. The Raft will literally go into pieces, but stay alive. It is insane. And yeah, and the Raft is what is it, like 2 or 3 mil? And the Taurus is like 8. A lot more attainable. Yeah, the Connie Taurus is probably one of my favorite ships as an all-arounder. Rivaled, not by many, but the Asgard and the Corsair. And I guess I would say you would put the Star Lancer in that category too. I don't know if TAC or Max. The Max carries more than the Connie does. But they're all sort of in that competing class. They're really great ships. Commander Tanith, thank you so much. All the gift subs coming through. You are awesome. You guys are so generous. I really appreciate it, man. I'm glad that you guys find enough value in what we do here to actually say that it deserves that contribution. So thank you. It's super humbling. Let's get this whole C out and get some rep sharing going and show you guys what it's like to haul this thing. We had some really good luck with some of the earlier missions. Really? Maybe I have to tap it again?
Active vehicle storage in progress. Complete before making additional requests.
We have red goo in the cat as well. No, the space virus is spreading. Shoot. So the cat is actually at 8.6 SU of quantum fuel. It's beefy. It's more than the whole C. The whole C is 8.4. The C2 is 6.6.
Active vehicle storage in progress. Complete
right.
Before making additional requests.
These gateways can be a little weird sometimes. Let's, we might need to use an external landing pad. I'm going to very slowly see if it's an invisible door. So we're going to very lightly bump into it. Because it may or may not be open. Yeah, alright. So this door is acting up, which is fine. We're going to find an external pad. And touchdown.
Assigned storage space has been revoked.
Let's try again.
Active vehicle storage in progress. Complete before making additional requests.
Pyro kind of being a pain in the butt, yo. Okay. So these should be the larger pads up here. Should have no problem storing our Caterpillar. Or not storing, but parking it. We don't have anything really on the Cat either, so it's fine. I'll just leave it at the pad. Sometimes when I leave ships at pads, they end up storing anyway. So we'll see what happens. All right. So we're going to use our proximity sensor again as we're coming up here to see how close we are to make sure we're fully on, because perspective will throw you off, man. Okay, yep, there we go. Didn't really get much of a flashing light there, but I actually felt it kind of touch. So yeah, we will go ahead and refuel. Let's see if it works. Yeah, see, for me, I must be one of the lucky ones, because my refuel stuff is working pretty much without fail. What's the difference between tractor beam cargo and auto transfer? So it's kind of in the name. What you'll actually see it here. We're about to grab the whole C, so I can give you an example of the auto load function of the whole C. But essentially, you pull up like a blue grid where you sit inside and it'll load your cargo. The idea is in the future there'll be kind of a visual set of drones that are coming out to move cargo to load you up. But for now, it's just a big blue grid. So a little immersion breaking in that way, but it's something that all of us whole sea captains are pretty much used to. So tractor stuff, as you've seen, we're throwing it around with our tractor rifles, or you can even use the tractor beams that are on the ship. Like we got one right here. This little bit right here is a ship's tractor beam. Cat's a little tough because it's meant to be used with 2 people. So like the tractor beam can move the cargo like over towards the door, and then you would have somebody else throw it actually onto the ship. But aside from that, you use pretty much your rifle for everything. Alright. I don't want to load and unload it. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, cargo gameplay just might not be for you if you are really opposed to throwing boxes around. A lot of us, like myself, I really enjoy it personally, so it doesn't bother me very much. All right, let's see. The whole C is here. Do I have any large... Do I have the large hangar still? Let me check that. I should have checked that first. I do. Awesome. Yeah, so let's just go down to the large hangar before we grab the whole C. Because sometimes grabbing it from the terminal is just asking for a problem. I'm in the weird people that like to throw boxes group. Yeah, me too. Me too. Alright. Oh, yeah. Also, guys, this little toggle here I've started using. All the ships that are at the station you're at. That's what that is. I love it. It's so cool. Alright, I want to make sure. I should have everything on me that I wanted to bring onto the whole sea. But yeah, as we do these missions in the whole sea, you'll get to see the auto-loading side of it. Now, again... Cal, if you like to do like trading type stuff, you'll be able to throw it into your ship by putting it there through the admin terminal, which I do plan to put out a trade video with the whole sea real soon, showing how we do it, of course, manually. But in that video, I'll go over the auto load for other stuff with commodity, like putting in cats and stuff. All right, let's see. Do we have the 266s showing up? We don't. Hold up. Oh, because we're at the gateway again. I don't think the missions show up when you're at gateways. So we'll have to go to one of the other proper stations to see if we can get them to appear. Alright, here she comes. The whole C, well, actually, currently the whole C is the only ship that has the blue grid auto load function. Not even the whole A has it. The D and the E very likely will. I'm jury out on the B, guys, because it can land with its cargo grids extended like the whole A. So, and also to make sure it competes with the CAT and the C2, they might not give it the grid load function, because honestly, the whole B is just going to be the ship that everyone uses. There'd be no reason to use a C2 or a CAT or anything else other than you just liking those ships better yourself if it also has the blue grid auto load function. Well, I guess you also have the ability to land and work out of stations that don't have external freight elevators, too. There is that part of it. Can't park a golem in a whole B. Yeah. Eventually, I think we're supposed to be able to attach smaller ships like that to the grids. That's been demonstrated in the past. So I don't know when that's going to get implemented again. But that has been a thing. Alright, we'll get out of here and get heading towards a station that we can pick up from, like Megumi. And I'm going to throw my crap into the storage and change into my civvies. Let's go ahead and redirect our power where we want it. Damn it, I hate that it does that. Hang on, there we go. Do that. Engines and shields. Yep, all the power we need. Right on. Oh no! we might have to server hop. I think we had the door bug. Oh, we don't. Yay! It's just the 2D freaking glitch bug. So, all right, hang on. I guess we got to see if we can actually get all the way out, though. Sometimes it'll stop you halfway. Oh, it's trippy. Oh, I hate it. Nope. Nope, no, nope, 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 nope. Got it back in. Got it back in. We got the door bug. We got the door bug. It was stopping us at the engines. All right. No, sir. We're not doing that. Ugh. Yeah, I'm going to have to change servers again. But we're going to store the damn ship this time, though. We're not making that mistake. Gosh. Chris Roberts just does not want us to have fun with the whole sea today. So this is an issue at the gateways in Pyro. And it might not just be the gateways. We are regrettably going to have to server hop. Damn it. Sorry, Hazard. I know it kind of sucks. We're just going in and out of these ships a lot.
You have forfeited your position in this queue.
I haven't forfeited nothing, sir. Man, Pyro's a pain in the ass. That was close. Start from the bed again. Yeah, I wish we could. We gotta store this thing and then server hop and try again. So I'll wait until it has off the... Actually, what's kind of cool is it won't store a ship until all the players are off of the hangar. They made that change, so that's kind of nice.
Welcome to the ASOP
All right, let me
vehicle
toggle
retrieval
this.
system.
Ooh. Oh, don't you dare. Okay, there it is.
Vehicle has been moved
I was about to say it, bro.
visitors again.
Weirdness. Weirdness. I can't wait till they implement you being able to log out with your friends and their ship. Yeah, that would be so cool. So that way, wherever you're at, if they pop back in game, they pop back on the bed in your ship. How sick would that be? Or, even cooler, guys, it'd be sick if you could just spawn on a friend in a party. And it just has you wake up in the bed on one of their ships. Or on one of their beds on their ship. That would be sick. Alright, I'm going to make sure this actually shows that it's stored, and then I'm going to back to menus. Yep, alright, we are stored, so... I guess technically it isn't stored as it doesn't show what the toggle went on the pad. Oh, yeah, fair point. I'm just glad that it showed up when I took the toggle off and went to look at the ship. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I realized that after the fact. That makes sense. All right. Well, let's see what other server we can maybe hop into. We got this one. It's almost 400 people, but frankly at this point, oh wait. Oh no. Damn it. That was our old server. Not the one we were just on, but the one before that. I think this is that Australian server that we got off of. And yeah, you're totally right, Sean, or Seamus. Sorry, I think I kept calling you Sean. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it was an M. I thought that was an N. But yeah, you're totally right. Bed logging or being able to like spawn on player ships or org ships. I think that'll be a really important thing in the future. That way, people can more easily group up together. Like if I'm out in the mole mining and somebody wants to join me to help break a rock, they can choose to, you know, spawn on me and wake up in my ship. I think that'd be pretty sick. They used to have it before 4.0. Really? I don't remember that. Oh, shoot, Barrick, I just saw you saying, wait a moment. Hopefully I didn't mess anything up for you. I don't think we were sharing any more missions, so hopefully not. And yeah, I think I just joined right back on the one we were in, because I see Roughneck in game here, so I need to back out. Alright. I might just try... might just say screw it. And try to go in this way. Tenacious debris. Let's see what we enter here. Yeah, I could see that with the Kraken and such. I think especially if you have your ship stored on another player ship, it'd be cool to be able to spawn back into it. And allow for other players to have access to that ship so they can move it if it might be in the way or something, you know? Like if you got one of your ships parked on a buddy's Idris or something. Araxius, I wish to be able to open the map and choose where I want to spawn a ship and be able to set a default for countering griefers only on surface and shutdown. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. It sucks when you're spending so much time to kind of set up your game and then some crazy thing happens that, you know, causes you to have to restart. That's a real pain in the butt. And Memlar, yeah, you know, thanks again to everybody who's, you know, pumping out the gift subs and all. That's really awesome. Okay, I'm going to see real quick. We're going to do a server check here. What are we looking at? 455 people. So it's kind of busy. Server 150 US, but I am going to just run on it. Honestly. So, if you guys want to join on me that are in the party for the rep share, feel free to do so. I'm going to see if I can get the whole sea moving. I guess that's the first thing, is to make sure we can get off this station. I know this is going to be a busier server, but for the sake of time and be able to get things done, I want to get out of here. Try to get out of here. We'll see. I don't know that it'll still have the large hangar. It'd be really cool if it did. Yep, large hangar is here. Get on board. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, fingers crossed, guys. Hopefully the freaking hangar opens up.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle, please visit us.
Go. Yeah, I got you. So glad that the frickin' friends list is actually working properly. At least for me. Hopefully it's working well for everybody. Alright, now as long as this darn door opens up properly, we can carry on. I hope at some point, maybe with the release of other hull ships, we get some more paint options too. I mean, this has always been my paint for the Maggie C. The Trailblazer has kind of been her trademark look. But I would like to see some more paint options for these. Honestly, I'd love to see more paint options for all of the ships. Hell, give us a customizer. Allow us to paint our own ships. Forza style, baby. Let's go. Of course, with some limitations, I suppose, but hull C combat build. I mean, I have a decent combat build. I don't think that she would be holding up in a fight too crazily, actually. Well, let me make sure we can get out of here before I start putting stuff on the ship. So, the hull C should be 15.7 at Lorville after the supplier, or not supplier die, resource drive, the discount. So you can get the hull C at New Deal in Lorville for 15.7 million. So a little bit of a discount. Oh, engines are off. Let's fix that. There we go. Alright, at least the door is open so we can leave this place. Let's go ahead and throw full power to engines. There we go. Awesome. So glad we were able to actually get out of there. Wicked.
Service.
Let's go ahead and set
Connection
course for... Let's see, what's closest to us to get some contracts? Probably Gaslight, actually. Let's head over to Gaslight. We gotta stick to the stations that have the ability to load. Oh boy. So I can't choose Gaslight. That's great. Let's see if I can find it. Megumi, so Gaslight should be over this way. I think Roughneck's actually there. There we go. Yep.
Quantum travel engaged.
Right on. So here we go. Let's go ahead and reset these coolers down. Full powered engines. NASCAR style, right? No customization if they are monetizing skins unless they make you pay for customs. Yeah, it's a... Yeah, you're totally right. Alright, let's do this. Place that there. This one here. I think I have some extras I wanted to put down. Well, I'll carry this one on me. It's fine. Alright. I'm going to head up to the storage area, drop off my armor, change into my civvies, see what these flows from the refinery look like. We picked them up, I think, at Nick's Gateway. Well, the coolers are powered. I just have them running at their minimum acceptable power. They're not off. They're just not running at with all the pips sent to them, which they don't need all that. All right, so this is usually where I keep the weapons. This is where I keep my utility stuff. Come on. There we go. Drop all this. As well as that. I need to drop off the clothes. Nope. Nope. This is where I keep clothes. And this is where I usually keep my medical and my food stuff. Here we go. Let's pull these out. We'll consolidate all of our RMC and stuff. Come on. Damn, are we already out of quantum? Holy shit. That was fast. Okay, well, I will handle that when we're back in quantum because things are acting up. Just go figure. It's kind of what I get for being on a busier server. I'm actually having to interact with all my doors right now. Damn, we got some serious input delay happening. It is what it is. Oh, I lost power to my radar. Yep, there it is. There we go. Perfect. Let's go ahead and open up. And, oh, well, I suppose I need to actually choose a mission. What's up, Raging? How you doing, man? Trying to get some missions rolling in Pyro before I have to call it for the day. Alright, Stellar, jump down. There we go. There's our missions. Orbit to Ruin, we'll accept. Orbit to Ruin again, we'll accept. Orbit to Ruin and Gaslight to Ruin. So we're doing awesome. This is going to be a hell of a good run, boys. Let's go. All right. Orbit to Ruin. Gaslight to Ruin. Orbit to Ruin. Orbit to Ruin. So we're going to fill up here at Gaslight, then Obituary, and then take it all to Ruin Station. This is how you do it. All right. So our grid should pop up on this side. Once it comes in. Shit, I hope it does. I hope this area is not busted. There we go. Alright, we're going to need to worry about our parking brake scenario. There we go. We got that set. We're going to go ahead and start decelling. And then I'm going to set course for Obituary. Hopefully it works. Yes. Awesome. So now I can pre-align the ship with the jump. Torpedo to ruin. Alright. So we're going to enter the grid. We're already preloaded to jump to our next area. Parking brake engaged. We're lateral, so there we go. Right on. There's the load. Game just crashed on me. Oh no. Yeah, just load back in. Same server. You should have everything accessible. Let me know when you're back in. I'll reshare the missions. I actually just realized I need to share these. So I'm going to go ahead and share these. When you guys hop back in, just let me know. And I will reshare. That should be it for this load. It says complete. So we can go ahead and bug out.
Quantum travel engaged.
Alright. As long as you didn't get them in Pyro, those come with free licenses. Oh, jeez. I wrote a post a while ago to be able to create armor and backpack templates or kits to be able to unclick, buy, or wear. Oh, sweet. Nice. I wonder if you get the little fires around the ship if you boost on low coolers after quantum. I had fires on low coolers and high boosting. You know? That is an interesting thought process. I wonder... It'd be cool if you would see it reflected here. Because everything is still showing all good. I mean, this ship should be pristine right now. Alright, let's see if I can finish swapping my stuff while we're on our way to Obituary. I'll never shoot you while you're in your chat, because that's just rude and not fun. That's fair. Thank you. Sundown, thank you so much for the subscribe. Or for the sub. For the subscribe. What is... I'm new. Can you tell? It's my first time. Thank you guys. And for the follows, Death Star, Sundown, 3Cena, I appreciate you guys. Alright. Now, can we finally... Alright, so there is an input delay, so I'm going to give it a second to try to populate the inventory. My goodness, this server. Oy. None of these are responding properly. Well, so much for that. I wanted to be able to put on my regular clothes. Oh well. It is what it is, man. All the servers are on fire. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and go through another wave of shares on this, just to make sure Barrick's got them. Yeah, Papa, man, I hope so too. I hope that CIG is coming back to work soon here, because, man, we need some love, guys. We need some love. I will say, at least for me and what I've been doing, that this has been the most tolerable, like, holiday patch that I've personally experienced. I've definitely seen from plenty of people, from the comments, from, you know, the global chat, from videos, that they've had their problems, but for the most part, I've been able to do most of what I want to do, which is nice. I saw my parking brake on. I was like, why can't I move? Oh, here we go. Message of the day 5 hours ago. Happy New Year's, everyone. Throughout the week, we'll be looking through 4 or 5 hotfixes for live and working on inclusions for the next release. We'll update here once we have hotfix updates and are closer to our next Evocati PTU cycle Wednesday. SC Alpha 4.5 is now live. Release notes, engineering guide. Please check the end of year gameplay survey on the live launcher channel. Scroll right, community tab. So thank you, Araxius, for bringing that up. What am I going? Let's act like we know what we're doing. There we go. Obituary. So hopefully we see some relief soon with some server cleanups and updates, hotfix update cleanups, whatever. Jeez, brain, sorry. Stumbling over my words there. It's been almost unplayable for me. See, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That blows. It's kind of crazy the differing levels of experience from player to player as well. Because depending on what you do or where you might be in the world or just pure frickin' luck can determine whether or not you have a good time or not. I'll share that. Hell yeah. Barrick, let me know. I just had 2 boxes to unload to complete my contracts before it crashed. Damn. Did you get the shares from me? I just want to make sure you did. I'm still in the onloading phase. I'm not at a point where I'm going to be offloading yet, but I just want to make sure you got them. I think the cargo elevators are over here. The only problem I'm having is my home location. My inventory is not working right. I don't have my instant hanger. That sucks. Damn. 2 of them came through. Roger that. Let me go ahead and start slowing down, and then I will send the others. Okay. Alright. Contracts inbound. Just going down the list and hitting share on all of them. That last one won't let me, so everyone should have that one. Hopefully that's good across the board. I am crawling the grid. That's 3. There it is. We're just going to line up to our drop-off location, hit our parking brake. Got all of them. Awesome. Good to hear. Hell yeah. All right, we are charged up to take off as we load up 3 of the 4 from this one place, so hopefully the spindles behave properly, because this could be a little funny. We might check the external freight elevators to make sure. Wow, there's like static discharge happening around us. It's kind of crazy. Might be worth making sure that we actually have everything before we leave. Still loading up. Looks good. When it says complete, we should be fine. All right. How close are we? Move. I'm going to try to call again, see if it triggers an onload. All right. Yeah, let's touch down real fast. Just to check and see. All right, now hold on. Where? Gotta rotate. Make sure I'm at one of the elevators. It should be right in front of us. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Whew. Yeah, we're pretty heavy now. I'm gonna put us in front of this one, just so we can touch the elevator and just make sure that we've got everything on hand. Holding position right here. Let me make sure I go back to party chat. You able to check that, Has? I am watching that door. Awesome. All clear. Wicked. Good to hear. Good to hear. Thank you, my friend. I got you coming back in. Perfect. All right. I'm going to slowly start breaking away and lining up for this quantum jump. So we should be all set. Let's make sure we get a good clearance here before we take off. All right.
Quantum travel engaged.
There we go. Man, the Reclaimer is right out of a horror movie, isn't it? Yeah. I've seen it referenced to being kind of like the Nostromo, I think, from the Alien universe. It also reminds me of the ship in the movie Prometheus. It definitely has a hell of a look to it. It's massive. It's got those eerie vibes inside, but man, do I love it. The Reclaimer is one of my favorites. Yeah, right now the whole sea is not available unless you purchase the $1,800 pack of ships. It periodically pops up. If you're looking to buy the whole sea in game, keep your eyes open during Invictus coming up, I think around April. Usually during boat shows like that is when you can actually purchase these ships in game. Man, my ship's inventory is still jacked up. This is a major bummer, man. Darn inventory is just not working. Or buy a merchantman, get a C2 and a whole sea as loaners. There you go. Maybe forever the way things are with the merch. Yeah, at least you get those two awesome ships as your holdovers while you wait. Whoop. There we go. I figured I'd try again to see if I could access my ship's inventory. I was able to for just a brief moment. Yeah, I was able to get some stuff in there. And then it broke on me as I was about to drop the clothes that are in my backpack in there because I was going to change, but it's all good. It's not the end of the world. Thanks for the follow, damn Canadian. Love the name. I've been watching the prior streams for Mining and Savage too, and it helped explain the Mole and Reclaimer. I'm happy to hear that. Watched your videos about the whole sea before. I bought one the other day, and thank you for making them. I am just happy to help, man. Yeah, it's I got the whole sea back during the supplier die event. Notice there wasn't a whole lot of coverage that I could find on it, aside from people being angry that it was broken, so it kind of triggered the curiosity in me. I love hauling, and I was like, why don't I get the whole sea since we have all these millions for supplier die and see what happens? And was able to learn a lot about this ship. She is full of character, I'll tell you that much. What's up? Mars picked up a Polaris with the intent of melting towards an Ironclad, railing, and whatever else. Been taking it out with the Vulture and 10k salvage contracts. Not sure I want to give it up now. Yeah, you've been bit by the Polaris bug. Yeah, I don't think I've really had any people. AT in the chat can tell you his own deal with that. He even tried getting rid of it. She called him back, man. He couldn't do it.
Engaged. Quantum travel complete.
All right. Welcome back to Ruin Station again. Alright, let's see if we can locate our cargo area. There we go. It's right over here. We're going to set up for a turn and burn, which is a little bit more dangerous than Pyro just because of all the crap everywhere, especially around Ruin Station. I'm going to boost up until we can't anymore. I try to not go too far into the red line just in case I need that extra slowdown. All right, this will be a high G maneuver. All hands prepare for flip and burn. Let's get the juice. All right, so I look back to make sure that we're not lined up with any station buoys as we're coming in. Probably could have sped up a little bit closer to maybe 400 meters a second for this one, but I haven't done this as much in Pyro, so I'm kind of feeling it out. But we are cruising in reverse as we come in. That way we have an easy decel. We're also not full, so we have a lot of engine thrust. So the Caterpillar won't unload like you're seeing here with the whole sea, but it does have the ability to auto unload with trading commodities. But doing these mission contracts, no, not like this. All right. Let's go ahead and call for a grid. That was pretty good. There we go. Finally got a deck assignment. Did you stop using the speed limit along with the mouse wheel? No. I definitely still use that. I use that inside these grids. It's, oh, shit. We are going the wrong way. Let's get that velocity indicator where I can see it. There we go. Yeah, I use it for parking inside these boxes to offload. So you're about to see that in action now. Alright, we are coming in. And this is going to be like 4 missions being completed at the same time. This is a good load. Alright, parking brake engaged. Coming to a stop. We're still decoupled and everything. I love this maneuver. And here comes the offload. Camacho did such a damn good job with the music and Pyro. Yeah, the Pyro playlist is pretty sick. It's probably been kind of quiet on here. My bad, guys. Let's turn this up a bit. The music in Pyro is pretty amazing. I didn't realize I had it so low. Alright, so hopefully that cleared several of those contracts. Gatak Raylan win. Yeah, it should be 2026. That's from what I hear. That'll be a really fun ship to run. Okay, yeah, I think that's everything. So I'm going to pop just out. Take the parking brake off. Let me go actually shields up real quick. We'll make sure we're kind of away from stuff. And since we're out of quantum, I'm going to see if I can get my freaking inventory to work real fast before we grab another mission. Shields are powering up, so I'll be just a sec. I made a realization that their current setup for servers won't work if they add a shitload of systems. Yeah, I think that's why they got to perfect the mesh, right? And continue to scale it out with their resources, which is beyond my understanding. I understand the concept, but like the actual infrastructure of what's needed to make it happen. I was just seeing if this was a quantum issue, but I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's just this shard. That's fine. Let me head back down to the pilot seat. Let's grab a couple more. How'd you buy your whole C? I was able to take advantage of... So, several patches ago, we had an event called Supply or Die, where we had contracts that paid out from like 3 million to 20 million AUEC for completing them. And the early days of our org, we got together and we looted a bunch of the copper and everything. I'm hopping off here. Thanks for the hauling. Oh man, yeah, no problem. Hazard, thank you for coming along. I hope you had fun. I know in the whole sea you're kind of just chilling because she does most of the work, but always cool to have a deckhand along, helping out. Good times. But yeah, with all that extra money with Supply or Die, it was really easy to go buy the whole sea. A lot of us made a stupid amount of money during Supply or Die. And I've just been really fortunate that since then, the updates haven't erased her. Alright, we got Orbituary, or Ruin back to Orbituary there. So in all these missions, guys, kind of like the experienced rank in Stanton, it's just these 266k experienced missions out here in Pyro. And you still, when you're looking at them, got to make sure they're going to the right places. Like Gaslight, Orbit, see Patch City we can't do, Checkmate we can. So there's another 3 missions that we can knock out, which is wicked. I'm going to make sure there's nothing else. Yeah, that one's going to Patch, I believe. Yeah. And always keep checking, because sometimes these change. Like the destinations, like before you grab them, once you grab the others, it can cause it to sort of shuffle. So, Checkmate, Gaslight, and Orbit. So we'll do Orbit first, and then Checkmate, and then Gaslight. I think that's a good path. So I'm going to go ahead and share these for anybody who's in the party rep sharing with me. Ooh, elevator killed me. No. Oh, it's sorry to hear that. That sucks. Alright, now we got the real final boss of SC. Oh, we've all been fighting elevators for so long. It's so true. Okay, there we go. There's our grid right below us. So we'll just pop down into this real fast, hit that parking brake. onload. It's already onloading. Man, I love that speed limiter trick. I really hope that it's working for you guys, at least most of you guys, as well as it's working for me. Again, kind of Russian roulette, I think, with our experiences with the whole C, but the speed limiter trick for me has been flawless. Evenly's cracks me up how he won't go into bathrooms. Oh, really? I haven't specifically seen that. I do love Evenly's. He's got lots of great content, man. He's a good one. He's a good one. Stolen Baron, thanks for the follow on YouTube. Ban assault elevators. That's good. Each system would have to be its own shard, essentially. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Like an even larger mesh, essentially. Speed limit have been working well for me. Happy to hear it. Hell yeah. Alright, there we go. We are good to move on to orbit now. I'm gonna go ahead and blast out of here.
Shield off.
Yeah, that should have actually... Yeah, we picked up all the cargoes. That's why we're feeling so massive right now. Let me know, guys. Roughneck and Barrack, Dead Tree, if you didn't get those shares, because I want to make sure you do before I drop. Feel free to hit me up in the party chat in Game 2. I do have that up if you want to more rapidly communicate with me in the party. Bloom Insight, let's go. I'm going to do these 3 and then maybe one more set of 266s back to Ruin. And then probably call it for me on today's stream because we're getting about 1,600. Hopefully this is granted some beefy rep to you guys. I know that the member rank for Pyro, kind of like Stanton, is the craziest one, the hardest one, the most pain in the ass. It takes forever. It really sucks. I'll never complain about Stanton member rep grind again, given experiencing Pyros. Also really excited to be hearing that Evacardi PTU for 4.6 should be happening soon, which means Wave 1 shouldn't be too far behind that, hopefully. And, yo, Commander Tanith, yeah, if you're in-game right now, I don't mind rep sharing this Pyro stuff. Pretty much any time that I plan to do Pyro hauling, I am down to rep share with people, because I don't really care about getting Master or Senior rank. Because just like with Stanton hauling with the whole C, it's kind of pointless, in my opinion. So I am down to just grind these out like my buddy Raging did for me and several of us. Anytime him and I are on hauling and Pyro, we don't mind partying up and just rep sharing these missions with you guys. Yeah, Robert Lee, that would be kind of cool. I wish we did have a bit more of like an inventory tracker. That'd be sweet. Really appreciate it. I'm a weird one that prefer to participate or help anything I benefit from. That's totally fair. Hey, no problem at all. Hell, in that case, next time I'm doing this on a live stream, if you want to hop on the whole C and be a deckhand, if that counts. Or what I was doing was in my own cat. I was running member ranks while Raging was running the experience, and we were just kind of doing this sort of rep grind through, which is nice. But I totally respect it. I get it. It felt weird as hell just when I was getting the crazy amounts of money that was flooding around. That's why I was immediately like trying to give it away as much as I could to everybody, because I was like, I didn't earn this. It doesn't feel right to keep it. But the amount of times that I've ground through rep, through PTU testing and everything else, I'm a little bit less attached to that now, just for the sake, I guess, too, the pressure of being a content creator, wanting to be able to show you guys stuff. It helps to be able to get through it a little faster. Feels good to finally be putting some time into Pyro as well. Spent all of my time hauling out of Stanton. Was making good progress in my cat, and I sold some MG script for a lot of money, and I've been distracted with all the new ships. Yeah. Yep. I feel that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you're right, Deshaun. Unfortunately, Kovalex is the only one I know of right now that you can't rep share. unless you're same rep, I should say. Like, you got to be the same rank to be able to receive it. Otherwise, I would be down to help people grind through that member shenanigans as well. Here we go. The other reason, too, where my thought process is for Pyro, is that it's such a pain when you have so many missions that are trying to have you take something to a potential wildlife habitat. It just... if the system for Pyro's hauling was working at least as well as Stanton's, as consistently as Stanton's, then it wouldn't be as bad to grind through it. But man, the potential wildlife issue is such a major issue. And before this patch, or before 4.4, your pickup and drop off would randomly change. So you might have one that wasn't supposed to go to a potential wildlife habitat that suddenly is, so you have to abandon the contract. Gosh. It'd drive you insane. Alright. Let's go ahead and hit that retro thrust. Coming into orbit. Yeah, actually, the main elevator tends to work if you just look at the elevator, hold down F, and click on it, I've noticed, rather than looking for the specific button to kind of manifest itself. So hopefully that'll work for you if you haven't done that already. Just kind of put your mouse towards the actual elevator when you're underneath it, and hit F or hold F and click, and you shouldn't have an issue. Or shouldn't have much issue, at least. Slight overshoot of the orbit drop here. Yeah, happy to help. I kind of stumbled across that because I kept looking for the hologram to pop up. And then I just kind of clicked on it and it opened. Now, that might have just been really lucky cursor placement. Or just how it functions, but worth a shot. Alright, let's see if we need more of these. Oh my gosh! Orbit to ruin. Holy cow. I guess I have to make sure I don't overfill. Starlight, Starlight. Orbit to ruin. Starlight, Starlight. Oh! Orbit to Starlight, Orbit to Starlight, Orbit to Starlight, Orbit to Starlight, Starlight, gosh, Starlight, and Orbit to Ruin. Okay. I don't know how full I may be right now, but let's try to call. Here we go. Starting cargo transfer. Yeah, and remember, if you're already in the grid and you just request cargo transfer again when you get a mission in that station, it will trigger onload to begin again. And I'm kind of just experimenting with just how many you can move with, because this is kind of nutty. Uh-oh. That one's loading wrong. That one loaded flat. It's not facing the right way. Yeah, this will be my last bulk group going back to Ruin, I think. It's still loading. It's, Oh, this is funny. Okay, yeah, she's still packing up. Is there a keybind for the Spindles leaving map?
This vehicle will be moved into storage to accommodate other customers.
Nope.
Please
No, 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 nope, 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 nope. No, sir. Okay, I didn't notice that impound thing coming. We are not having that. 1 second. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That was about to ruin everything. Oh my gosh. Alright. Yeah. Oh. No, sir. About to have our ship spawning inside the hangar. Woo. Yeah, that's the thing about rolling in the same box. Yeah, that can happen sometimes. You're not wrong. To come back in with only like 16 seconds, and it was not letting us go as fast as I thought it was. Typically, when you boost out, it gets rid of it, like you left the restricted area. Man, I need to go back up and see if there's anything left that we need to grab. I did try to initially run with the parking brake engaged. I had to, like, release it. I was like, no, we're stuck. Yeah, I was quickly reaching for my keyboard there. I need to take the time to put that as a bind on one of my sticks. I haven't given it much thought yet. I'm just worried about coming in wrong and the timer not being reset. Really don't want to risk that. You know what? This isn't too far from ruin anyway, so I think what I'm gonna do is go ahead and quantum to our next destination to drop some shit off and worry about this on my way back, just because that will reset any timers, because we all know that sometimes when you leave and you go through another one, it's still counting down and all we got is that 1 second. No sir. Okay, so we gotta drop still at Checkmate and Gaslight. So let's go ahead and head to Checkmate. And then I will take a look at the stream chat to get caught up. Woo! Man, that was gnarly, dude. Crisis averted for now. We might have to reorganize some cargo anyway, because some of the spindles got a little janky. So after we drop at Checkmate and Gaslight, we'll see. Yeah, I have used the info on the right as well. I kind of just have habits of typing in stations, because sometimes the mission icons in the past wouldn't work quite right, but they do work pretty often. You also have to make sure you're tracking the right mission, so sometimes if I just kind of know where I'm going, I'll type it in. Otherwise, you might need to make sure you're tracking the mission that's going there first and then click on it. But yeah, they do work. Alright, sorry, is there a keybind for the spindles you can map to your sticks, or is it just the button on the dash? So, yeah, no, actually there is. Sorry, I got interrupted when I was looking at your comment there. But if you go into your keybinds, let's see, where did I have it? It's extend and retract. It might be under movement or flight movement. I don't remember exactly. It's extend and retract configuration, I believe. There it is. Yep. Cycle configuration, and then extend or retract configuration. So I actually have these bound to my sticks. The base of my stick, my F2, F1, and F3 key on the base of my right stick are retract, expand, and cycle. Because on some ships, cycle works where expand or retract doesn't. But yeah, these are the icons here. This is what you want to bind to either your sticks or whatever, because you can change it over here. Let's go back to it. Where was it? Flight movement. And then you can see where I have it put. As you scroll down, it's under the landing systems where you can find it, but yeah, right here. Expand, retract, and cycle. Right above your request cargo loading and all. Alright, here we go. It's like a bomb being defused in an action movie. No doubt. At some point, I need to go through my streams and find those points that I need to clip for like YouTube shorts, because that'd be a good one. All right. Let's get over here and find our cargo area. I think it's down that way. Quit freaking out. Yeah, I think those are the cargo grids right over there. So we will just kind of set our velocity indicator that way. We're already hitting about 300 meters a second, which is good. We're nice and full. Making sure that vector is cleanly over the station so we don't have to worry about hitting anything. We're going to go ahead and rotate because we are flying in at almost 400 meters a second. Yeah, music done very right for sure. I have the VKB sticks and the speed limiter set to the little throttle axis on the base. Works brilliantly. Whoop, I overcorrected. Oh, I was looking at the chat. That's my problem. Woo! Wait a minute. Was I not going to the right side? Oh, no, it's through the clouds there. All right, we're still good. We're still good. No, that's the refinery. Ah, shit. It's the other side. That's fine. Yeah, it's a good point. I think the Reclaimer is less difficult to figure out than the Starfarer. There they are. That's the cargo section. Back on target. High stakes, high pressure cargo hauling with this sort of music in the background, right? Get some frame hit over here.
Shields on.
Come on, cargo grid, give me that deck assignment. Let's go. We are over-rolling. Let's try to get back. There it is. Alright, perfect. We'll just give ourselves a nice rotate here. Little upward thrust. Correct our direction. No, sir, we are not blocking anything. Go, perfect. Let's go ahead and hit that park and brake once we're nice and in. Oh, yep, here. Glad you said something. Sharing, quickly accept as they come in. Okay, those ones look like they're good. Alright. Let's see. Are there any new ones here? Scroll down to see the 266s. Holy shit, yep. No! Took me out of the thing. Alright. We're not going to make the mistake we made last time. We're going to go ahead and pop out of the grid and away from impound issues. Let's just go park in front of the actual freight elevator for a minute. That is one way to make sure you don't get hit with a fee. Who's that coming in? Prowler. Moving away. Okay, I think we're good. Always cautious, man. Always cautious. Pull up to the right a bit. Just want to put myself right in front of this thing. Okay, parking brake engaged. Alright, and here we should be fine. So let's take a peek at what we can get. Because we're going to take as much as we can back to Ruin. Patch, patch, checkmate, patch, patch, patch. Patch and checkmate. Checkmate to Ruin. I'll go ahead and share that one too. We are definitely going to need to reorganize some stuff as well. We got another checkmate to Ruin. We'll have to make sure we're not over capacity. Because we're kind of... we might be getting there, man. So many of these missions. Worth so much, dude. Alright, we just gotta go to Gaslight to do that last drop-off. But hang on, let's... Let's do a little math here. Yeah, absolutely need a filter of some sort, for sure. Okay, 517 plus 431 plus 594 plus 587 plus 540.
Thank you for visiting. Safe
2600. So yeah, we got plenty of room. Hang on. Well, I'm hearing words. Okay, we're good. Here in station communications automatically got me like, what's happening? All right. We're going to load up with as much as we can from here and Gaslight to all go back to Ruin to see just how much we can get. Checkmate patch, checkmate patch, checkmate patch. Patch, patch, checkmate. Patch to Ruin, patch to Ruin. Damn. All right, so that is it for what we can grab with the whole C. Only because Patch City does not have an auto load area. So we're good there. How is our... Yeah, we got to do some consolidation. She is chunky. But we might have room for onload. So let's go ahead and hit that parking brake button. We're going to go for cargo request. Should be right behind us if it pops up properly. Yep, look at that. Beautiful. Okay, and gas lights where we're heading next, so I'm going to go ahead and set course for gas. Ah, it's doing that weird thing, so we're going to have to do that later. Parking brake on. Onload beginning. So the entire whole siege, Rez, yep. You got to have the whole thing in here. We got some server desync. Is this the first time that the parking brake isn't working? Seat check. There we go. Got a contract share coming through. Oh, damn. I shouldn't have accepted that. That's going to impact your rep. Okay, so seat check worked. Cool. Oh, no. It's loading weird. Oh, God. Hello, Polaris. Cargo interrupted. Oh, here we go. We're coming in again. That was funny. That Polaris came in screaming. Box goes red, I think, if ship isn't fully... It doesn't go red. It just won't... it won't disappear. So when it disappears, it's loading. It'll just be blue sitting there waiting for you to get in. It'll actually say in the little text, like, you need to get into the box. So nervous. I see, like, icons moving around. And I'm just like, what's going on? So we might be frozen. Because we... Yep. All right. Yeah. Okay, so these are the ticks, which means that the cargo is on here weird. So we got to try to fix this. But I'm nervous to... I think we're okay. I think it's just the Polaris, and I think they're docking. They're doing their own thing. So we'll do this quickly as we can. We will reorganize once we get into dead space, because yeah, our spindles are not happy with the orientation of some of this cargo. Which is totally expected when it's like this. Parking brake on. Comfortably in front of said station. All the debris floating around. I'm just like, it's not a player, is it? Wait, I was looking at the DPS calc. Looks like the Tiger Strike T21s are slight upgrades to the Mantis GT20s. Oh. Possibly. So when it comes to the weapons, I'm curious, especially now, looking at base penetration, projectile velocity, and of course, overall damage. Let's make sure our helmet's on. So base penetration is really important for, you know, how easily it gets through the ship and hits components. And then your damage against your weapon velocity is like how accurate your weapon is, depending on how, it should say ammo speed or ammo velocity is one of the indicators. Because if the ammo velocity is a lot better for one or the other, that changes things big time because it makes it easier to hit your target. So even if it might be slightly less damage, you're getting more hits on target, more damage overall. Yeah, we do have some stuff left. That's what I thought. Possibly, Robert. It's always possible that I might have missed something or things might have changed. I'm not sure. Parking a raft with processed food, listening to a certain kind of Eurobeat is not recommended. All right, let's do this. That is, okay, I don't need the member stuff. Oh, there's only just 2 boxes left that I needed. That's freaking hilarious. I'm going to leave the member stuff here because I don't want to jack up that mission for anybody. Oh, so the Mantis do... So are the Tiger Strikes putting out a bit more damage than the Mantis? The Mantis is just more accurate. Yeah, distance and rate of fire is important too. Like how far out you can actually engage your enemy. It's quite nuanced. Oh, wait, I forgot that I think I don't have a tractor beam on me. And I can't access inventory, so I need to go grab one real quick. Yep. Make sure you tap the terminal. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Alright, let's do this real fast. Deploy weapons rack, please. Thank you. Grab. Alright. Make sure I close my doors, and now we can pull these off. Alright, I'm just going to throw it on for now. I will fix this later. Because these are all sorts of jacked up. And Gaslight's probably going to have some we can pick up, so I want to make sure it's organized. Alright, that should be it. Yep. Wait for the seal to expand, and then hit close. Make sure nobody's coming on board. Alright. We'll hold on to this for now, because we're going to need it. So this is what's funny, is that at least in this server, my inventory is like totally broken right now, but the rest of the game is, so far, quite playable. So, I'm taking my blessings where I can, right? I had that box loading error over the weekend and loaded 60 boxes by hand. Yeah, that is part of the mission, right? It happens. Alright, so we should have our course set for Gaslight, or actually, no, it's not letting us. So I think we're at checkmate now. So let's figure out where Gaslight is. Maybe barracks there. Let's go ahead and boost out of here. That's Nick's gateway, so Gaslight should be not far from it. Five, yep, that should be Gaslight right next to Pyro 5. Come on, big girl, let's go. 72, yeah, half of a whole C. It's not too bad though, right? You know, like when you're not expecting that you have to do it, sure, it kind of sucks, but when you get out there and you actually start throwing those boxes, it doesn't take a terrible amount of time when you compare it to, you know, loading 6 to 8 missions on the Caterpillar that are stacked for like planetary missions. No, it's not too bad. When we were doing some SRV testing, which video coming out tomorrow of us doing some TOW SRV testing with the whole C is a lot of fun. I need to finish that edit tonight or tomorrow morning. We ended up fully loading a whole C over the course of doing that as the OLISAR group, and it was a breeze, man. It honestly, it went by so fast, it was really shocking. But it was a really good time. But yeah, let's see. Actually, we're on our way over. I'm going to go ahead and stop here.
Quantum travel complete.
And make sure parking brake is engaged. Another really good way to make sure my ship doesn't run away from me. And let's go ahead and get these boxes organized so it doesn't break anything. All right. Tiger Strike sustained is 554 versus Manchester 375. Base pen is the same. Oh, yeah, Dead Tree. We should definitely exchange that. I will, when the stream's over, I will throw the email, if you want to Google Drive that to me in our Discord, so we can get into that. That'd be cool, because I can utilize some of that footage as well. I've got the base edit started on DaVinci, so I'm doing good. And actually, out where we're at, we don't really have to worry about players. It is always good to have it to, you know, keep your doors closed, but they can't find us where we're at, so this won't be bad. Damn, I probably should turn the ship toward the sun, though, so it's a little bit easier to see all this friggin' cargo. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, because lighting out here is friggin' horrible. We have all these random lights on this ship, and none of them point toward the spindles. Like, that is something that I hope gets a rework across the board. Like, there is no reason we shouldn't have just badass lighting right on our spindles when we're doing this stuff. This big girl rotated right toward Pyro Star. Actually, the star is brighter than my freaking ring light. It's kind of funny. No, we're not actually jumping anywhere. Let's just do that. Yeah, that would be. It would have to be somebody in my party. I would know that. And they got access to my ship anyway. Also, one other problem I had. 2 missions going to one place, and it only recognized one of them. Yeah, Pyro is pretty notorious for that. Stacking missions can be a big problem. The whole sea seems to operate better in that regard than the other missions do, but it's definitely a problem. It's definitely an issue. Oh, it's so much better. Look at this. Okay. So, let's just throw this over here for now. And we are going to spread these out. Yo. I'm probably just going to consolidate a lot of this to one spindle. Oh, hang on. We got these ones that loaded weird. I'll put that here. It's when things load at an improper angle that you can count on the auto load function sort of breaking, which is why sometimes getting out to consolidate your stuff properly to where it's at least oriented the right way is going to be a smart thing for you to do, just to make your operations smoother. Because it does suck when it breaks like that. It's like all of this stuff that loaded perpendicular to how it should be loading is not going to be helpful. So we're just going to reorganize, and I don't mind just completely freeing up a spindle. It does kind of drive me a little bit crazy with a little bit of anal retentiveness when you have like one of these empty, because to me like the mass would be out of whack, but you know, top to bottom doesn't bother me as much. I don't know if you guys think similarly or if I'm just crazy. Alright. Well, that's kind of stuck there, so let's grab this one. So, 266k per mission. And just to show you real fast. And we haven't even grabbed what we probably can from Gaslight, if they all work properly. But this one was shared from somebody in my party. But all of these are the autoload ones that we're running around with. So it is some fat payouts. It's way better than Stanton, man, by a large degree. Like, I get it. I get it now. Why some whole sea pilots like Saxa Wine, SC Haulers, you know, and my buddy Raging, it's the Pyro whole sea life. If you're okay with the risk that it comes with, if you're a pretty savvy individual and can avoid pirates and such, and some just kind of basic safety stuff, the risk reward is wild. That's why I can't wait for the return of interstellar missions, because they are going to have some insane payouts. I mean, even at the rookie level, they already pay pretty well. Alright, let's pull this up here. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Let's see. Yep, see, this one got messed up too. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, crap. Oh, I got one of the... Well, maybe some of it is waste. I don't know. I'll make sure I drop that off where it needs to go. I grabbed that, I think, by accident. I'm not sure. That might be left over from another mission. We'll see. Yeah, see, these all went on here wrong. I'm going to probably put these down here for now. Hang on, let's just do this for a sec. I feel that 4.4 is better in Stanton, but 4.5 seems better. Yeah, that could be the case. Up until now, I haven't really had a whole lot of experience running this stuff out of Pyro. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, I could still make like 2 mil an hour easy in Stanton using the experienced missions. The payout's still really good, but it does appear to have a bit of an edge out here in Pyro. Just trying to make these fly around too much because I just need to be able to rotate and put them back on properly. Here we go. Thanks for already rotating for me. How kind of you. Well, let's move that over. This one over. There we go. That over here. And right there. All right. It's already a little bit better. Let's see, what's the rest look like back here? I think I did see waste on one of your missions. Yeah, very well could be the case. Oh, these are all freaking weird. Okay, those are right. Those are on there correctly. These are just in a weird spot. Alright. Kind of move these up out of the way a little bit. We're trying to run away. This is just kind of part of what can happen when you're stacking missions. It can... Because it tries to fill up empty space where it can, and it can cause things to get weird on you. Okay, yeah, I got potassium, carbon. We got a few different things, so yeah, there probably is a bunch of waste on here as well. Because I was pretty sure I only selected what I had there as experience level mission. Alright. Let's get these spread out the way they're supposed to. Okay. And I might just pick a spot. Oh, I didn't actually put these on right. Let's move that over just one. And I think I will save this spot here for little odds and ends like this. Just so that there's an area that I can put them. There we go. Nope. Oh, yikes. Clicking too fast, grabbing the wrong things. I think there isn't too much more that's out of whack. We'll give it a little once over to make sure. Probably would be wise to put stuff on one spindle if I can, like consolidate. Free up a spindle. Because the missions that you're selecting, they don't like to share. can actually be a pretty big issue. So I think what I'll do is I'll free up this bottom spindle by moving this stuff on here. And this is just part of that space trucker life, man. Go. Okay. This is pretty good. Alright, we'll take this odds and ends piece and put it over here. Can't, because I already have something on there. Is this a 24? It's kind of big. This. Oh yeah, there's some more waste. So there is a little bit. This one should let me put the 24 on there. There we go. Oh no, that's just going away. Cool. Lovely. Well, we'll do that real quick. Hey, get back here. Usually these things stop a lot sooner. That thing just kept on going, man. It's always so nerve-wracking going so far away from your ship. There we go. Wow. Struggle. Okay. Let's do this. Well, wait a minute. So these are just completely off by a degree. That's lovely. Stop moving. Oh, cool. If that works that easily and doesn't send anything off into the ether. There we go. Because now I can just drop 3 right on top of that. Sweet. Okay, there we go. That one's full. Let's see, how bad is this one? Is this one okay? Got some room for some shit over here. I think I can consolidate a whole spindle now. Which is what I want to do. Alright, this tractor beam is springy. Come on. Around the world, man. Come on. Up we go. Back down. Right into the groove. There we are. Okay, so that's full. That's full. Most of these are pretty full. Some of this is getting dropped off at Gaslight still. Hopefully none of it's been overshadowed. That could be a bit of a problem. Or overlapped. That's a whole free spindle. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. That's enough Tetrising for now. I added quite a bit of time to this endeavor. Okay. We are heading to gas. Still jacked up, so it should be over here to the left. Dudley. Nix. Gaslight. Frustrating. As we get closer to Gaslight, it should spread out those quantum beacons quite a bit so we can more easily find it. There's a chance that I could Alt F4 to correct this issue with not being able to quantum where I need to. Let's try this as well. Let's see if we can target Gaslight. Track, maps. And it's still doing that dumb thing where it pops out. Don't really know a good way to fix that. Oh, the Gaslight mission is actually waste. 538 SU of waste. Ah! The waste is all underneath that carbon. Shit. You can see it. Whoops. Yep. That's alright. Let's see, 4x32 is 128. So it's on more than just that. I don't think it'll auto-load or auto-offload properly. I think I'm going to have to manually drop it. Alright, let's do this. There we go. Damn it. Come on, just hold that position. Thanks, babe.
Quantum travel engaged.
just in case anything was missed, I'll make sure I do one more share out of any missions that can be. Yeah, that's it. Just those. Can we see what happens with the auto offload? Since some of it's kind of buried. At least it's easy to see. Oh, we're still in parking brake. There we go. It really won't let you move if you have that left on. All right. We are quite heavy, man. Probably let myself get up to about 300 meters a second, and then we are going to turn and burn. So we are carrying some mass. Oh, I see a good chunk of the waste, actually, right there on that spindle. Okay. So that shouldn't be too bad. A little overcorrection. Let's make sure we're not pointing at anything. I think we're fine. Start that decel. Let's go ahead and punch that burner. Pretty good control. Already down to 100 meters per second. That is plenty slow enough. We'll go ahead and call a grid before we slow down too much more. Look at that. Pretty much right behind us. I should be able to direct our indicator right in there. Right on. Server's still doing pretty good, right around 20 FPS, 420 people on. Busy. Parking brake engaged. Let's see what happens. All right, there goes a good chunk of the waste right there. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh, it put it back on. Dude, it took the carbon off to get to the waste and then reloaded the carbon. I've never seen that. Oh, that's freaking amazing. And then it took all the other waste off, the 2 and the 24. Yo. Okay. That is what I would call adaptive cargo procedures. Because I thought it was just eating the carbon. I thought we were fucked out of that carbon for sure. I was like, oh great, it's going to eat that because it's on top of the waste. No, it didn't.
Thank you for visiting.
Oh, wild. Okay, so I'm going to make sure we're not in an impound area. And we're going to see if we can grab any more missions from this spot while we're here real quick. Yeah, this is when we need to give a thumbs up to CIG devs. Yeah, that is wild. I have never seen an example of adaptive loading. I need to make sure I make that a short. Because that is really cool. That deserves some props. It's something so simple and so small that you wouldn't even think about until a random use case like this. I'm really glad that I decided to see what would happen instead of just manually doing everything. All right, cool. Yeah, we got Gaslight to Ruin. So we're going to take a buttload of Ruin and see how many of these actually complete, because this is really going to stress test the multiple drop-offs part. Another one from Orbit to Ruin, which is good because we got to go back to Orbit anyway. This is our final run, guys. Our final big hoorah. Orbit to Ruin. Woo! And what is this one? Gaslight to Ruin. Okay. Holy shit, dude. This is probably almost 3 million in contracts here. Hang on. Let's just, or no, not quite. It's because one random member contract is in there. So let's say 9 times 266 is 2.394. So 2.394 million. It's almost 2.4 million in contracts right here. That is all going to Ruin Station. Will it all get accepted? We'll see. We'll find out. Can we fit it all? Let's double check that real fast. That's 500 plus 494 plus 479 483, because we might be partially submitting one of these. 540 587 594 431 and 517. 4625. Oh, 4625. We're gonna have to leave some shit behind. Oh, mega sad face. But we're gonna, for the most part, complete it. We're not gonna be leaving much behind. That's crazy. Yeah, this is gonna be the last run. Definitely running later on this live stream than I should have. Absolutely. Oh, someone might have grabbed that. Yeah, I haven't been to Dudley. Sorry, man, I can't really speak on where that might have went. Hopefully whoever has it turns it in. Maybe share the contract. I'll make sure I have everything that I just got shared as well. Alright, hopefully we have spindle allocation to pull all of this on board. We are stopped. And we are on loading. Woo! We are filling this bad girl up. So I don't think it's gonna put any cargo in that one little spot. We'll have to do that ourselves. We can maybe consolidate, because this is all going to Ruin Station. This all turns in to about 2.3 million. We got it all. Okay, so we just got to get the last bit from Orbit that will fill us up. And we're going to end up leaving behind, what, about 17 SCU of cargo? Oh, we're heavy. Holy shit. Okay, back to Orbit to grab some goodies. I don't know if I can even nav to Orbit with the way this is behaving.
Safe travels.
Yeah, it's not. Alright. So, I'll just have to use the mission icon. Let's track one of the missions going to Orbit real quick. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and share these while I'm at it. Share. 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 Make sure we share them all. Okay, that should be everything. Okay. Where are you leaving the cargo behind? I can swing by and get it. Orbit. Orbituary is going to have the last little bit that we're not going to be able to take with us. No problem. It goes to Ruin. Yeah, I think that's pretty much where everything else is going right now. I'm gonna head to Bloom to Obituary to pick up the last couple of contracts, and then shoot over to Ruin to drop everything off. I will put everything I can on the whole sea, and yeah, that's exciting, dude. Huh. I could like move that one over. It should. Do you have to continually spend money on this game? No, not at all, Jongtong. Good to have you on the chat, buddy. But no. Yeah, the only thing that you have to spend on this game is your initial game package, which I think could be as low as like $45. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, guys. But everything else you can get in game. Any money you decide to spend on this game is totally because you want to, just because you want to pledge a ship or armor or something. It is not necessary by any means. Yeah, about 45 is the lowest. Yeah, I just pushed the Mitten Squads I'm Not Dead post. The guy who is no longer with us. It just pushed. Oh, okay, I got you. Stockpiling runs in my pledged ships. So much to max until I could afford the whole sea. Then my millions came rolling in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries, John. I think I'm at 2,200. Though some of the capital ships are a right pain to try and get to a ridiculous level. Yeah, Wicklow and all. Yeah, that's a fair point. I've kind of just written off owning most of the capital ships, aside from being able to buy the Reclaimer. And I'm very fortunate to have several people in the org that have those capital ships if we want to crew them and have some fun on the bigger girls. And I'm not sure if the last 17 or so SU was going to be like a 16 and some like a 2 or 16 and a 1 or some 8s, but it should fit in the Corsair. Yeah, it's going to be 17 SCU that I can't take. Whoop. Just lost the map. What's up, Jongtong? Yeah, I don't know if you saw or heard the response or... so yeah, you don't need to continuously spend money on the game. The lowest game package is like $45 just to get the game, you know, to download it and play it. And that's all you got to pay as far as real life money. That's it. Just like most games, I mean, honestly, cheaper than a lot of the newer games that have come out, the AAA status at least. So anything extra that you spend is purely because you want to. There's no requirement by any means. There are tons of us that have decided to pledge extra to experience the ships or to make sure that we have the ship pledged so that we don't have to worry about it getting wiped or lost in game, to have to regrind to it again, like things like that. Wow, we are Tokyo drifting the hell out of this corner right now. Come on, big girl. Pay to win's a little bit different of a conversation depending on how you think about it. I don't think so, because there really isn't a win condition in this game overall. If this was purely a combat game, or it had some overarching goal or angle to where you could make a pay-to-win angle, you could probably make that argument, and I'm sure several people probably could make that argument to a specific degree, but I don't think so, because, for example, me doing hauling, the ship that would completely kick ass here, like the whole sea, is not going to do anything for me in a combat game loop, or a mining game loop, or a salvage game loop. So I don't really think any of it qualifies as pay to win in that respect. That isn't to say, though, that, you know, people have big ship privilege to be able to do a lot of stuff, like, you know, having an Idris capital ship or a Polaris. So it really depends on your mentality. Hopefully that made sense to a lot of you in chat. Please feel free, guys, to add your 2 cents in the chat, especially my fellow big ship owners out there. Let me know what you think, or if you agree, or you think I'm insane with what I said. I'm down for it all. And don't spend your retirement money to back the game like I did. Oh wait, I am retired. That's awesome. Love it. It's not pay to win because you can't get anything by paying that has a mechanical benefit that you can't also get in game. Ah, there you go. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. So that's a fair point. And for a lot of us that like using certain ships, if you use it enough, like I'm at a point where the whole sea is kind of my bread and butter for content, for what I do, and I use it so much that when it comes time for it to be available to purchase again, I would probably be willing to make that purchase just because I know I'm going to get the use out of it. I'm always going to be running it. It provides value to the community. So, because right now this game or this ship is only mine in-game purchase. I don't own this ship as a pledge, but I wouldn't be opposed to doing that given the amount of time I spend with it. I got one or two friends that have almost every ship you can imagine in-game, and they only ever started with like their starter package. Like my buddy Smeeg has pretty much every ship you can buy in game and doesn't really know what to do. And he's only ever spent, I think, at most maybe $60 on the game, maybe 70, because I think he upgraded like his Avenger package or something. I think I'm heading towards cargo, or nope, that's the refinery. I did it again. Ah, cargo's on the other side where Barrack is, obviously. Fail. I originally got the cutter and then pledged the raft. All my other ships were purchased with in-game money up to the whole sea. Hell yeah. And yeah, there is... so the game that'll have the real main campaign story is going to be Squadron 42 when that comes out, which a lot of us are excited to hopefully see this year. Hopefully. Big hopefully on that. In the background verse, though, there is lore and some in-game narrative content through like sandbox missions and stuff, like the Van Duel raid that's coming, a lot of the stuff we've had in the past with the Frontier Fighters and Supply or Die, and you know, there's a lot of in-game lore and content to be found. But as far as like a campaign mode, that's gonna be Squadron 42, and from what I understand, the other two games that are gonna follow that. Yeah, environmental storytelling is another good way to put that. Alright, let's see if we can get an actual cargo deck for this last bit to take over to Ruin, or if we're just going to have to manually toss this on board. There we go. Looking good. Oh yeah, we'll definitely have the Ollie group running that raid for sure. That's going to be a fun time. I look forward to all sorts of fun with the Ollie group. And yeah, I think a space sim is definitely a good descriptor for this. It's a very massive project as far as what it aims to do and the scale that you're working with. We currently have 3 star systems in game. Today I've been functioning out of Pyro, doing specific hauling out here. As far as my computer system, it'd be easier to point you to the description. If you scroll, if you go to the description and scroll down, on YouTube. Sorry, you're on Twitch. So actually, I'll rattle it off to the best of my memory for you here. But I'm running a 5950 16-core AMD processor. I've got a 3080 Ti graphics card and 64 gigs of RAM. I'm running a 2 terabyte solid state Samsung, as well as another 1 terabyte that came with it. I'm on a kilowatt power supply, 10 gig Ethernet card, so I can pull the internet that I'm getting. I think that's about it. And then a VKB sticks. But yeah, on my YouTube channel, if you check it out, you'll actually see a list of everything, including my peripherals, if you want to be able to reference that. I'm definitely not running on the strongest system I could have, that's for sure. Okay, I think the game probably stopped loading us. I'm going to have to manually pull the rest, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, RAM is apparently pretty insane now. It's pretty sad to hear that. Yeah, I'm going to have to pop over to an elevator, grab the rest of what I can here. we are going to be going into Ruin very full. Optimized is definitely a work in progress. As one thing with Star Citizen that everybody who really gets into this game has to come to terms with, that is in a continuous state of improvement. Sometimes, you know, you go one step forward and two steps back with certain areas that then are typically pretty rapidly addressed. You know, some things might be broken longer than others. Optimization's better, I think, now than it probably ever really has been. Of course, love any, 2 cents from everybody in the chat. Let Junk, especially, well, I guess he can see YouTube and Twitch through the way this is set up. But yeah, there's definitely room for improvement. Lots and lots of room for improvement to be had. But it has run really good for me this year. I've had a great time. When Lebsky first came out, it was like frame rate citizen, man. We were down to like sub 10 FPS in some parts, but then that rapidly improved. I typically out in space, I get around 60 to 80 FPS. In Quantum, maybe up to 100 FPS. In most cities, I'm closer to 40-ish FPS. That's pretty standard for me, and it also depends on the beefiness of some people's systems. But it's been enjoyable, even in some of the areas where the FPS might be a little rough. It's really enjoyable. It's been a good time. All right, let's go ahead and knock this out. Close that. Don't need anybody getting on our ship. Bloom in the background looking gorgeous. We're going to try to move quickly here. You're in your cat. Oh, awesome. Cool. Good to know. Yeah, we're going to see. Feel free to head over to the freight elevator if you can fit next to it without getting any impound issues or anything. Or, I guess, the elevator next to mine. I'm going to bring up what I can. Sending that down now. Yeah, I'm pretty much full. Like a 132, 2, 3, 4 or 5 32s left that I can fit on here. Yo, Redneck Circus. I actually, my keybinds on my sticks are ground up my own. All by yours truly. Oh boy. There's like a lot more here than... No way that's accurate. I guess... Let's see. That doesn't seem accurate. It's like double what it should be. Because I added up everything. It should not be that much. Let's move that down here. We are just gonna consolidate. Okay, nothing is showing up. There's some weirdness happening. Send that back down. Yeah, well, I mean, years and years ago, I kind of went from the simpler T16000s to eventually kind of messing with a Referral a little bit. That's now sitting in my closet, to eventually the VKBs. And between Arena Commander and then going out and like mining and stuff, over time, I sort of adjusted and tweaked and added. It's like my very initial keybinds were really just like the essentials for what I needed to fly my ship. Like how to move forward, how to request landing, this and that. And then as I was playing, I would realize like, oh, I really want this button here, or I really want this button over here, and I would add them as I went. So eventually, it just turned into a fully fleshed out system. All right, I'm gonna grab just these for now and move them over and see what happens. I think something is screwed up. Yeah, I think it's broken. Because that's way too much cargo in my stuff. So we might just need to go to Ruin and drop off what we can, because I don't think that's accurate, because we did the math and it came out to 4625 total cargo, which is everything we have on us plus what we should be getting. So I think it's busted. So I think we just go try to turn everything in. Yo, Roughneck, I don't know if maybe it'll work on your elevator, but mine is not letting me bring up anything that it says I have. I think that the game has duplicated the cargo, because it's saying we have 60 32 SCU boxes, and that just doesn't sound accurate to me at all. So I think I'm just going to head to Ruin and drop off what we got and see what it takes and what it doesn't, because this is a lot of contracts. Because I can't get any of these to pull up properly. Oh yeah, you definitely can. In fact, that planet has several points of interest that you could quantum down to. Or you could just fly down to it from this station up here. It'll take a little bit longer. But yeah, that's Bloom. Several points of interest on that planet. Beautiful planet. You can actually go down there and do missions on the ground, like with your gun FPS. You can take a mining ship down there and just go to a random spot on the planet and start mining rocks and breaking rocks apart and pulling in the materials. The scale of this game is pretty friggin' massive. And we do a lot of the industrial stuff in our OLISAR group and on my live streams. So feel free to check in anytime. Ask all the questions. Super helpful community. Lots of experience and knowledge to be shared across many players. And I don't think it procedurally generated doesn't sound like what they've done, because it's the same planet, the same structures, the same stuff. It's not random or generated in each server, but I'm not exactly sure the classification of their rendering process. Let's see, Ruin Station. We're actually heading to another planetary body now, to another space station to drop all this stuff off, and yeah, that's still busted. So I gotta do this by feel. There we go. Terminus is where we're going, so we'll just line up with that. $31.37 saying, yeah, it is, but not entirely. Yeah, I don't really know enough about their rendering process to give that an accurate descriptor, so hopefully somebody in the chat is a bit more versed in that. Be prepared to spend a lot of time in AC either way, just getting comfortable and testing things out. Yeah, Arena Commander is a really great way to get used to sticks and testing stuff. Absolutely. Can't log in. 41058 query player data failed. Yikes, that's not good. Genesis is the next evolution of the planet building tech. I'm eager to see how planets look after it hits. Yeah, absolutely. I can't pull up the freight elevator either. Yeah, okay. So this server might just be on a nosedive. So yeah, I'm going to try to get as many of these missions turned in for us as I can to hopefully get all that wonderful rep sharing across the board. Rough, Barrick, Dead, let me know, guys, how many contracts you're showing, because you should have a lot. You guys should have like 10 if it's all working properly. Just checked the elevator and there are 45 32 SKU boxes. Yeah, see, there's no way that's accurate, because yeah, we did all the math here. We added all this up. It's only like, even if we took an average of 500 each, we got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. So, yeah, as you can see, the whole sea is pretty much full, minus a couple of areas where some boxes could have fit there. But I couldn't get the elevator to bring up even a few of those 15 or those 32s. So there could be a hotfix coming in. What's up, Pete Kiwi? How you doing? Cleared launcher cache, still same error. Had this before. I had to connect to my work VPN, then it lets me in. Oh, interesting. 10 active contracts. Hell yeah. Good to hear. Good. Yeah, we're going to see how many come in. They might not all complete, because I think this server is on a downward trend here. My stream is behind. I have 11, including mine. Okay, yeah. Cool, cool. That makes sense. Hope they fix the repositioning in a hangar with the whole sea soon, but it looks hilarious if it wobbles around unfolded. Yeah. That's been a big problem for a while. Oh, we apparently didn't lock on to Terminus properly, so let's reposition ourselves here. Yeah, once they fix that positioning issue with the whole sea, that will allow us to fully do trade again, which would be nice for a lot of people. Right now, in order to do trade, you got to do it manually, so you kind of operate fully at your own terms there. How many boxes you're willing to throw versus not. Show 11 with my small contract. That is perfect. Yo, Kobas, hey, you're back as we are finishing up. We're attempting to turn in like 9-10 contracts at the same time over at Ruin, so I bet it's going to break spectacularly. And then I have got to get the hell out of here because it is after 1700 and I should not be live still. We are going to raid out when we leave, so I'll do the goodbyes for YouTube and the live stream and all, and then we will raid out to another Star Citizen content creator. I want to try to get into a habit of doing that as the Twitch grows. So we're going to go polar here to try to speed up our jump to the other side. Yikes, we are so heavy right now. Are you on the same server as us, Tanith? Because it's this whole shard might be kind of cracking. Who knows? Has anyone had any trouble with landing at Everest Harbor? Every time I try to pull into a hangar, my game crashes. Yikes! Everest Harbor has seemed to have been a problem today, from what I've seen. Another gullible soul. What's up, Roderick? Are you a Star Citizen skeptic, my friend? Alpha Gonzo was a... Alright, we're heading into Ruin Station now to drop this off. Let's see what happens. Don't know if you answered the Starfield question. I did not see it. Let me scroll back up real quick and take a peek. How would you compare this to Starfield? I've never played Starfield, but I've seen so many hilarious videos that have tried to compare it. And from what I gather, from what I've seen, Starfield is a whole lot of nothing. A whole lot of moving through empty space, not really doing anything. I think it was a pretty big flop by Bethesda from just, again, reports that I've heard. So, probably not the best comparison. But I don't know. Let me know what you guys in the chat think. How do we feel about Starfield? Way different than Starfield. SC is a screen, or Starfield is a screen load simulator. Oh gosh. Yeah, I have not spent a whole lot of time around Everest Harbor. I think I need to kind of get some perspective on what you guys are going through. There we go. There's the cargo area. Yeah, we are heavy, man. I'm struggling just to get up to 200 meters a second. Jeez. Not skeptic. Many years testing the tech demo for CIG and the solution for the demo to uninstall until someone actually intends to finish the project. That seems a little close-minded. What about the project isn't worth playing? I mean, granted, we all play with the bugs. We know that there are problems, but as far as a functioning game and things to do, I don't think there are any space games out there that come anywhere near what you're able to do here. I think it's a far cry from being gullible. X4 is pretty cool. I have heard good things about X4. Thanks for the info. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, John. Thanks for coming in and asking questions. Hit us up anytime, man. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this turn and burn action going because we are moving fast. And we are very heavy. We're not aiming at any buoys, so let's go ahead and punch that retro thrust. There we go. Alright, full burn. Yeah, we're going to fly right by this. We got way too much mass. After you spend hours testing the game, lose progress in ships after you patch. Well, that's not how it is anymore. We haven't lost progress in a long time. In-game bot ships are always a risk of losing. There is a wipe coming that's going to set our money and ships back to zero. In-game purchased at least. But rep hasn't been wiped for quite a while at this point. Shit. Granted, this game ain't for everybody, man. I mean, it is what it is. You take it or leave it. But I think it's important to honestly evaluate what it is versus some folks who just kind of live in this world of hating it unnecessarily. Not saying that's what you're doing. You know, I'm kind of reading the room, getting the, picking up your vibes, seeing where your head's at. So, apologies if I misinterpret. Went right past that cargo area. It is dark. Oh, really? That's why I lost all my weapons and components and lost a ship on this patch. What did I just say, bro? Open your ears. I just said that in-game ships always have a chance of being lost. You have to accept the game for what it is, know what it is. If it's not your cup of tea, you don't play it, man. It's like most of us will say, we can show you the door. You have to live with a certain level of acceptance that things are temporary in this game, even if you kept everything there is. Eventually, when 1.0 drops or whatever the fabled out of beta release is, everything's going to get wiped. You know, we all know this. So, I mean, there's no shortage of people on Spectrum that you see crying about it all too. And, you know, they have a right to express their feelings and opinions. That's totally fine. That is all good. This game is not for everybody. Oh, kind of like people were doing with Battlefield and Call of Duty. AT, right? Alright, Ruin. I need you to... Alright, cool. We got a deck assignment. I was about to say, are we going to have to manually offload this whole ship? Oh, boy. I'm going to be here till tomorrow. I think Roderick needs some warm milk and a nappy boo, huh, chat? He's up in his feels. I'll tell you one thing. I'm not the content creator to throw a bitch fest to, because I'm just going to match your energy. So, if you don't want that, bro, take the door. For your own good. There we go. We're right above it. If there's one thing I can always promise on this channel, on these streams, you will get a transparent and authentic me when it comes to this game and everything we're doing. That's why we love the science. That's why we love doing the testing. We accept reality. We understand what it is. We work around the bugs we can. Sometimes Chris Roberts wins and you just need to go chill. Take a break, have a beer, go relax, watch a movie, step away, you know, recalibrate yourself. It is alright. Alright, let's see how much of this cargo actually drops off of the ship. I hope that most of these contracts complete. We'll see. This has been a hell of a session in Pyro, man. I see it all dropping off. Sparky1232 just started playing SC, watching your vids, guides on hauling, and I feel like I'm not making the same amount of in-game cash as you, but I'm also slower and have crashed into space stations because I didn't count for the weight. Yeah. Well, also, Sparky, keep in mind, thanks for the follow, by the way, in the comment. This money I've got is not all from earning. This is a lot of that extra cash that's just been kind of flown around in the game. So today we've earned about 2 million plus whatever we get when this finishes offloading. And it comes with experience and time. You know, you'll get more efficient. You'll get better at how you're bouncing between stations and which ones work and how you stack missions. So don't worry. Don't worry. It'll definitely come. And again, oh, actually, I don't think I got a chance to show you guys. So if you go into your games, I think it's just your standard game settings, and you scroll down a bit. Let me see if I can find it real quick so I can just actually point you guys to it. The velocity indicator. Pilot velocity indicator. There it is. Okay, so a little bit less than halfway down. Pilot velocity indicator, always on. Always on. Especially if you're a decoupled flyer. That's my suggestion. That's how I run it. So that way, that little like chevron velocity indicator that I use to point my ship's velocity where I want it to go so I don't hit anything is always visible when I look at it. Because if it's in the fade option, it will sometimes just disappear on you. And you can't quite tell what direction you're going. And that's a bad day. Because then you might end up in a station and go boom. Okay, we're still offloading. I thought we had frozen for a second. I love your energy, man. Oh, thanks, Angry Frog. I appreciate it. I try. I mean, you know, you grow up, you go through a lot of things, whether it's just life in general or military or whatever, and I think I can attribute a lot of my dealing with people to the 10, 12,000 Uber and Lyft trips I've done. Chatting with people all over California and in Florida now. Just all kinds of people, all different people, and learning how to talk and listen and match energy. And even when you're dealing with people that you don't quite agree with. I'm watching. It just did it again, guys. It just offloaded some and then loaded it back onto the ship because it was underneath the cargo. That's the second time that's happened today. Oh, it was really cool. It's like cycling through and taking things off and putting things back on to be able to get to all of the cargo. That's so freaking sick. And it almost took everything off the ship. Okay, so we're going to head over to an elevator real quick to do the rest. I guess it helps if I take my parking brake off. There we go. And we'll see what else we have on that we can, you know, drop here real fast if it works.
This vehicle will be moved into storage to accommodate other customers.
Calm
Please clear
down.
the area as soon as possible.
My goodness. Contracts are completing like crazy. Yeah, that was pretty good. We're definitely going to have one or two that get submitted underneath. But hey, have no fear that rep loss is not a thing anymore as a 411. So even if we take a little hit to the money, none of our reps will go the wrong way. I am going to dump the last bit of cargo off of this in hopes that maybe it completes one more mission. I haven't checked yet to see. What else left here? Oh, we still have 5 missions. Oh, not all of them. Actually, most of them are... Wow! Okay, just smacked into the station. Where did I go? Okay, there we go. Whoops. Alright, here, let's bring this up. Let's see if we can get these off the ship. So, we'll have mostly completed all of them. There's going to be a couple of partials. I wonder if partials give you any rep, or if it just doesn't take away rep. I'm not totally sure. Alright. And then I will work on closing out the stream after this. Okay, there's just that 1-2 SCU box. If I had more time, I could probably try to go back and see if I could get a bit more off the ship. There we go. We got 124 SCU. That's a good chunk of missions completing, though. Let's see if I got enough range to put this on the elevator. Yep, there we go. Anything else poking around here? I think that's it. I think it was just that the 2 and the 24. It'd be a good idea for situations like this when you have leftovers, having an org hangar high members can pick up the cargo or play you can't use. Yeah. I agree. Having like a sort of place where you can like stash the stuff. Totally. All right, let's see if this does anything to help. Oh, nope. I bet with these going in, it's just going to add to my inventory. Ah, that's too bad. Okay, so I'll do this then. Let's go through and submit what we can that's like mostly done. 1 box somehow on this one. Okay. And then what is that? 24 SCU, probably the one we just tried to put down that it's not going to accept. Not bad, not bad. Only 3 SCU there. No. 2 SCU there. Damn. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, and only 1 SCU here. Damn it, dude. Oh. So many of these were like pretty much finished, but not quite. But still, that is pretty awesome. I'm impressed. I'm actually really impressed that so many of those worked. Yo, Bookruns. Good to see you. We're going to go ahead and close the ship up and set to bedlog, and then we'll raid out to another Twitch content creator. This was an awesome stream. Way too long. Way too long of a stream. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm going to get the look for sure for this one. I just really wanted to try to complete all those missions. Also, guys, at the beginning of the stream I mentioned this. My wife and I will be going out of town Friday up until Tuesday, so I will be live Wednesday and Thursday this week, and then I'll be back live Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week to make up for missing Monday, just to give you all a heads up that this Friday and Monday are going to be not streaming days. They're going to be thrown off by going out of town and seeing some family. All right, let's go ahead and close the ship up. And hopefully the game lets us bedlog, because we had a problem with that. I repped up to experience on that run. Let's go. That's fucking awesome, Dead Tree. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, Barrick, Ruff, how did you guys make out today? Hopefully you got a good chunk of rep from doing that. Now Dead Tree can enjoy the experienced Pyro runs. What are we at? I didn't think to check that myself. Wow. We made it through a good chunk of experience today, because we were like down here by the E when we started, so that's good. That's with sharing rep with like 3 other people pretty much the whole time, because we had Hazard Shield in here earlier. So I don't think I can nav still, so I am going to just kind of find a place to Quantum 2 real quick. Hey Cap, I just got the whole C myself. What are your components for the C? So for the most part, I didn't really change much. I am running, well, okay, no, I changed a lot. Sorry. I don't know why I said that. I didn't change the coolers. We're running the Blizzard coolers because those are the best ones you can get for the whole C. They already come with grade A military, which is really cool. I run parapet shields. I'm running Durango power plants, and I'm running the Erebus quantum drive right now on, or no, I got the TS2 on the whole C. I have the Erebus on the Caterpillar. The Erebus you can get at Arc L1. It's a fantastic quantum drive that isn't military grade, but I am running the TS2 on this one. I've been fortunate to have that stick around for a few patches. And then I actually put cannons on my man turret, so I have more energy to go towards my main guns. Okay. Most important things I would honestly change would just be your shields and your quantum drive, really. Just that way, if things do kind of hit the fan, you have the best defense you can get. The parapets can be found in a few places, but I get them from New Babbage's Omega Pro. All right, let's drink some smoothies here. I'm like 4th, 5th. Oh, sweet, awesome. That's a good chunk. I'm happy to hear that. Happy to help, happy to help. I still can't access my inventory. Okay, so we are not gonna hydrate. This server is not happy with me. I don't know if you put this in one of your videos, but do you have a way for the spindles to get fixed when they don't want to go in? So, the only way I've seen to mess with that is to go into Quantum, and then you should be able to cycle your spindles. I haven't made an actual video on that, but I'll probably put that in a future Whole C Tips video. That's actually a good idea to include. But yeah, if you enter Quantum, you should then be able to retract and extend your spindles. I've had that happen a couple of times. Oh, they might actually be out still. I didn't think about that. Well, that's okay. I can solve that when I get back in game. It's more important now that I get my ass off of here. I have 2 whole C's. If one goes down for some reason, I just pick up the other and wait for the other claim. There you go. Yeah, and since you're not, I think it was you who was talking about that you don't really care too much about the, oh, uh-oh. Oh, gosh. Oh, there it is. Wait. Yeah, see, this is what I was saying. Sometimes you gotta, depending on your armor set, you gotta move around a bit to find the friggin' thing. Okay. There it is. Oh, damn it, you bastard. Oh, nope. Stop it. Oh. You little shit. Come here. Alright, so this armor set might be some of y'all's problem. Got you. Sorry. Didn't mean to yell in y'all's ear. They need to adjust that button to some ships. Somebody got to take off the armor. Yeah, that was annoying. I am going to go ahead and pass off this leader. I mean, you guys feel free to do whatever you like with this party. This is the point where I'll be bidding YouTube adieu. If you want to jump over to Twitch and be part of the raid to the next content creator, please do so. We're going to go ahead and take care of that now, and that is going to be where I end the live streams. Thank you so much to everybody with the gift subs today, the comments, your first-time chatters and all. I am typically live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, aside from the switch that's happening this week and next for me going out of town. add me as a friend on here. Ask questions in the YouTube videos that you have about different ships. I'd love to help. It's been a blast. Let me go ahead and get this raid set up so we can send some love to another content creator. This is something I'm trying to get used to doing more often. I'm going to try to do it with every live stream. So let's see. I'm just going to kind of grab somebody that, doesn't have, millions of viewers. I want to spread the love to other players like me. You know what, actually? Because I love this game and I haven't seen it played as much. I'm going to send you all to Star Wars The Old Republic. Because it just looks awesome. Man, these games were so good. I remember playing the hell out of these. And paste and there we go. Oh, wait. Okay, we can't raid that one. Whoops. Apparently they have different like settings to where you can't do that. That's weird. Okay, that's fine. Here we go. We'll do this one then. The 5-star over here on STAR-CITIZEN. It looks like, I think. Apologies. I am not proficient at this process yet. Raid. Bam. You already have a raid in progress? Are we already raiding on another one? Oh boy. Whoops. Oh, there we go. Raid now. Ah, there it is. All right, we're going to hit it. And with that, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks you again. I will catch you in the next one.